Om Namah Shivaya. Shanti, 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 Mahesh Mahendra. Jai Om Tat Sat. Gurudev Mahesh. Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys are all styling. Sorry for the delay. As always, yours truly. Those showers just keep getting longer. And every time I see my boy, it's a million things. Oh, gosh. Got to get a handle. Anyway, sending you all big love. Namaste, Howard. Out tuition. There are a few of you in the chat there doing your thing. Hope you guys are all smiling cheek to cheek. Krista Berg sang a song about dancing cheek to cheek. I'd like to sing a song about smiling cheek to cheek. I think that would work. And of course, Hollowbone Hawk, the beautiful and enigmatic Hollowbone Hawk. I hope you're having a good afternoon. And today is going to be a cool, funky day. I call it freestyling day. You know, like when you go to school, and we used to call it Mufti Day when I was a kid. It was a day that you just wore any clothes you wanted to school, you know. And of course, we used to sometimes take the mickey. Like we dress up like a little bit ridiculous, you know, because it's school. Like let's go wild. Like let's go full like makeup and goth. And then of course you get sent home. You can't come to school dressed like this. Come on, man. You look like you've escaped from a metal concert or a Sex Pistols, you know, reunion. So anyway, here we are. We've got Indy without the shirt, rocking the sun as he does. We've got Cosmic here, armed with an armament of his elemental helpers. He's fair. And so without any further ado, yeah, I'd love to give everybody an opportunity to meet the crew. For those of you that don't know, most of you are like staunch here every week. But for the odd newcomers, we have Indy Sage, who's a shadow worker primarily, but he's also an anthropologist. He's also he's very embedded within the Tao and within Western cosmology and practice. So he's fingers in a lot of pots, a philosopher in his own right, a student and a researcher. And wow, he mentioned something really cool in the roundtable group the other day, which I think we're going to get into with the primates. That blew my mind. I was like, oh, I didn't know about that. And we've got Cosmic here. Cosmic is John Dee. He's a modern day version of John Dee who doesn't use or need a crystal ball. He's got a connection with the Fae, and the Fae have been working with him. They've been offering him bits of information, and that has led to an alphabet and a system of cosmology and understanding of the universe, which seems to be, from my perspective, in alignment with all the sacred teachings from all the traditions, in as much as it makes perfect sense to me. But it's an originally deciphered system, which is exciting. He's been working on it for a number of years. He's been working on it since before I knew him, which is like a few years now. So he's been working on it for a number of years. So yeah, it's totally exciting. I'd love to give everybody, the guys, an opportunity to tell you about themselves. And namaste, the star. Namaste, Rodney, letterman. I hope you got your letter ready. Hands on the post box. Big love to you all. And without any further ado, let's hear from the crew. Om Shanti.
Yeah, thanks for the great introduction, Franklin. As Franklin mentioned, I do have my fingers dipped in many pots and my hands in many irons. So I try not to let that take away from the greatness of my research and my work. And I'm really trying to weave the golden thread to decompartmentalize human thought and bring it all back to one. I touch on a lot of ancient mystical wisdom with my practices, and I'm a practitioner of ancient philosophical Taoism, which to me kind of encapsulates everything and just really the needle of the golden thread for my work. But it should be great diving into this freestyle talk today. As Franklin mentioned, there's some wild things going on with some primates in the Congo right now that some of you may have heard of. And it's just blowing my mind personally, because I've always studied zoology and anthropology since I was a child. And there's something going on right now that has never been seen, unprecedented. So once we get the conversation kicked off, we'll talk more about these chimps out in the Congo.
Talking about the ones that they basically befriended the penguins, right?
Yeah, they kidnapped them. They took 30 penguins. I don't know if they went willingly. I saw them carry them in their arms. I think they grabbed a gaggle of them, and the rest kind of followed them to stay together with their little gaggle of penguins or whatever.
Nuts, man.
You know,
it's totally wild.
Details, but if you know anything about it, please fill us in on anything you.
I don't know anything about it. Yeah, the first thing I saw was you posting that link in Telegram.
Yeah, it's absolutely mind blowing because, you know, as people know, penguins are an aquatic seabird. And what are they doing in the deep jungle? I just can't figure it out. What are they thinking? But you know, they got a nice warm welcome from the chimps. They're being treated kindly with the nice grooming, and they're being given fruits and things, which they may or may not like. But you know, they're giving them they're rolling out the red carpet for them, so to speak. And they're trying to do their best with these little penguin friends. Whether they see the humans having chicken coops and they're thinking, hey, we could have one of those too, get some fresh eggs every day. Or they just need some buddies. They're like, y'all are cute looking. We're going to bring you around. I don't really know, but it doesn't seem much like any animal nature I've seen before. So this could be evolution in the making. We don't know what's going to come of this, but they're watching them very closely.
As with my work with the Fae, basically what they've been teaching me is essentially an epistemology that helps, you know, one to understand how higher dimensional space works. And basically how it works is you sort of you think of things existing in these bubbles called Zerfaxes. So it's instead of saying the universe is one, you start to look at existence as being a sort of a multiplicity of bubble universes. And I've been thinking a lot about the dialectic lately, not just the Christian dialectic, the Plato's dialectic, and starting to realize like how this is kind of like this is sort of like a deceptive tool that I'm sort of like thinking about that, about how it's essentially it allows people to sort of accept a belief that's seemingly contradictory, and by taking ideas and sort of blending them together. And I've been really kind of like realizing that this kind of line of thought, it shows up in more places than I'm willing to admit and realize this. So I don't know, maybe that'll have some overlap with the subject matter of today, but yeah, it definitely seems like we're living in a pretty crazy world. I don't think anyone can really deny that at this point.
Yeah, so speaking of craziness, I got a couple of things on my mind. It's lovely to see you back, Gaz. I think you've been on leave. Gaz has been on holiday. And lovely to see you all here, Howard and Sirius. Sirius has come feeling rather serious, I'm sure. And to the rest of you, yeah, man, big love, big blessings. Yeah, so today, what a day. What a day. So what inspired this for me was, the reality is history. And history is not real. The reality is history, and history ain't real. At least not the history we've been given. Not completely, at least. Some of it might be on track. Some of it might be a little bit cockeyed, but you know what they say. If I give you a math sum and I change just one number, how much of that math sum is valid? Right? Because it distorts the entire sum. The whole sum is going to give you a wrong answer. So at which point does it devalue everything else? So I think like this is like an exciting topic. For me, there are a few things on my mind that I want to brush against. I want to brush against the moon. You know, there's been so much conjecture about the moon. I'd also like to brush against the giants and the giant bones. Just exactly how much of this information is actually out there. Yeah, there's quite a lot. There's a couple other topics on my mind. Being at number 66 day is like big love to all of you. I hope you get your kicks today. It's time to get your kicks because 66 is like getting your kicks. Yeah. It's a double Venus. It's a double six. But it's a double six that adds up to 12. And 12 produces a triangle. 3, right? Because you got the one apex and the two bottom points. So you got like the beautiful macrocosmic expression of the Trinity, or the triune, the tree of life. So the past, the present, and the future. So it's a beautiful time for us to contemplate the imagination as well as the memory. And where does the imagination meet the memory? And how much of the past defines the future, and how much of our imaginations of the future is going to redefine our past? And I think there's a lot of this conjecture out there that's not necessarily healthy. Yeah, chaos. Gaz, I would say 1776 is probably a big year for the brainwashing, but I'm guessing it goes back further. I'm guessing that like when I look at it, I think like it was probably the Greeks that started it with the creation of the Roman Empire, but they probably didn't start it. They probably inherited it from the Phoenicians. Like, how far does this go back? But like 1776, I think that was a big year. That was like where it was formalized. Yeah. And obviously, the Masonic organization got in. Yo, Vincent, how are you doing? Big love, big blessings. Good. Well, I'm glad your mind's good. I'm glad your mind's right. Big Gaz, I hope you're good, man. Hope you guys are all well. So, like, I thought I'd put the ball out and play. What's on your guys' minds? Where do you want to kick the ball into play?
Well,
how do you want to kick
as what you were just mentioning, how far back does the Roman Empire go back? I just wanted to quickly mention the Oriental mystery schools of the ancient Mediterranean region. Although we usually associate Oriental with Asia, these Oriental mystery schools were those of the Mediterranean region, which worshipped different sun gods like Mithras and Heracles, and there's a long list of different gods that were all given the same birthday of December 25th. And when the sun dies on the winter solstice, it goes into its tomb for 3 days. And after that third day, on the 25th of December, it starts to return back. So that's pretty much why the association of the December 25th birthday has been attached to these various figures in the Oriental mystery schools, which was then later passed down to Jesus. But before him, there were many others that follow along in those worshipping cults. Now, of course, if we look back before that, we do see the Phoenicians, which were very tightly interwoven with the Egyptians. And from their hieroglyphs, they chose to make their own alphabet inspired by the hieroglyphs, that instead of starting with the falcon, started with the bull. And so they kind of shifted the paradigm from wisdom and liberation to power and obedience. And so before Comitian wisdom, it's said that the Comitian Empire of ancient Egypt was founded by the Atlantean gods, and that the Atlantean gods who had come there, particularly Akhenaten and his wife and his child, were said to have been giants with elongated skulls that had an androgynous appearance and bluish skin. And so it's said that these gods that came from Atlantis, that they lived in the sea for millions of years. And then later they became seafaring with ships and boats and fleets. And so as they expanded upon their empiricism, they went around throughout the globe and conquered around the same area of the equator, the equatorial region, a little bit further north from there, at a certain parallel. They were able to span the globe, and this goes across from the Mesoamerican civilization down to the pre-Incan civilization, and that goes across to like Angkor Wat's and the Southeast Asian giant megalithic structures, and then all the way to Egypt. And before all that, there was time in Turkey, where it seems like after the Atlantean Empire was crushed by the Younger Dryas comet impact, that the refugees then went around sometime around 11,000 BC or 9,000 BC, 11,000 years ago, these refugees seem to have gone to Anatolia and created these melting pot megalithic structures where they have carvings of, it seems like, very different cultures that have been integrated into one site. And after building these places, they seem to have buried them. Particularly Göbekli Tepe was buried after having built the most beautiful temple with all these ornamental carvings. For why, we don't necessarily understand. But if we do consider that these were refugees of a flood, having buried such a place may be an attempt to preserve it for future discovery, or possibly they were trying to erase it. Maybe they had a secret society of off-continental high powers, maybe a breakaway civilization that did not want others to find out about their art, their power. It's hard to say exactly what was going on over at those beautiful temples that we find with the pillars over in Anatolia and Turkey. But those seem to have taken place before the known civilizations that we attribute to being the root of human civilization, like Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, for example. Although there are other civilizations that are popping up that are off the coast at different levels of the sea level that are now underwater. And so if we can figure that the sea level must have been at a different place when they were building that civilization, we think that a lot of these off the coast underwater civilizations were there before the flood. And it's thought that these older civilizations were mostly wiped out, and a lot of culture was lost. But there's somewhat of a resurgence after each great destruction. There's somewhat of a resurgence, but it seems like we've kind of lost some of the high technology that was there before the Great Flood, and it may have been preserved, maybe off planet, maybe in the inner Earth, maybe in another dimension or time. But it seems like it may have been preserved because we do see these UAPs and USOs, unidentified submerging objects, to this day, all around us. And so there's more people are being able to witness these and video them now that we all have these devices with us. So it seems like there's more around, but it might just be that people are watching them more than ever and sharing that footage. But it does seem to go back to Atlantean and Lemurian civilization that was highly advanced that may have retreated to a place that's subterranean, and they live in the sanctuary now. They may or may not have also traveled off planet to other celestial bodies and colonized there as well. So it seems like the gods of the ancient past were a race of people that there are remnants of today. There's some people that are like over 7 feet tall with 6 fingers and toes, webbed fingers, webbed toes, double dentation, 2 rows of teeth. Those are some of the features that we had found with these ancient giant gods. And there's some people that I've seen in the Basque region that have elongated skulls. And that's not from skull binding. It's natural birth defect, so to speak, or an ancestral trait, really, is what I think it is. And they have a much larger capacity and a much greater intelligence than most other people, which could allow them to understand the stars and configure the movement of the stars throughout the different seasons and all this, which is a lot for most people on land. Now, if you live at sea, it's easier to notice the stars because it's really all you have to navigate by. So even though the stars move, you'll tend to understand how they move if you're more experienced with them. And what better way than by being at sea with no landmarks?
Yeah, there's a lot of compelling evidence that makes us want to question many of the narratives we've been given. Yeah.
Yeah.
The age of man is like one that's been in the media lately. And I've always had a healthy skepticism of whatever they told me. whenever they were in a position of authority and they spoke, I was like ears pricked, like, okay, BS detector, double up, double time.
Mhm.
So I was lucky in school that I didn't buy their propaganda. Very, very seldomly. Most times I argued with them. As far as I was concerned, they couldn't even spell words properly. I told them they were all wrong. They were like, "You spelled that word wrong." I said, "No, you were wrong." I'm spelling it the way they used to spell it. You're the one who changed the spelling, not me. But I do think that there's a lot to be digested when we look at these ancient things. Like one of the things is, and I'm always getting back to this Proto-Indo-European language, and they try and sell it as if it's a single language. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know whether it's a single language. They haven't been able to produce a single language called Proto-Indo-European, but yet they tout it as if it existed. And when I look at that, I'm like, I think it's like a graveyard of ancient languages. Yeah. That they've picked up the bones of ancient languages and used them to construct newer languages, because that's how languages get constructed. And I'm guessing that the ancient languages are the pre-flood languages. So what blows my mind, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, is how they know these words. Proto-Indo-European. You know, there's no writings of Proto-Indo-European. Yeah. So it almost gives room for a lot of obfuscation, because like they've managed to establish it as this ancient language. But when you really go to Proto-Indo-European, they say, well, there's this Proto-Indo-European word from where Sanskrit came and from where that language came. And it's like, oh, where did you get this evidence? And then you go and do a bit of research. So what Proto-Indo-European scrolls are there? None. Oh, is there any such writing? No. Oh, where does it come from? Oh, it's just conjecture. There must have been some ancient language from whence these languages came, so let's call it Proto-Indo-European. Is there any actual evidence? No. So, like, when we look at these ancient things, we have history of and evidence of Phoenician language. We have evidence of an ancient, language in the Celtics and all of these ancient Norse languages. And speaking of Norse languages, we got Zerilax here. Hey.
Hey. Zerolac, that's not bad. Zerolath is it, but Zerolax is all right. I'll take it.
No, I saw Zerilat, and then I saw Zerfax written under your name, and my brain went, added an X on. I was like, Zerilax. I was like, hey, brain freeze.
Yeah.
Zerilat
Right. Yeah. All right. I just finished my last little errand, and so I hadn't been listening. What are we talking about?
Well, we were talking about the roots of civilization, where they come from, where they might have originated from, and some of the root languages of those root civilizations. I was talking about Agartha, which was said by Sanyev, who was part of the Agarthan mystery school, that they spoke Vatanian, and they had a written language called Vatanian, which looks a lot like you would think like Poseidon's language looked like. A lot of tridents involved in their letters and symbols. Then we have Atlantis, with the remnant of Atlantis supposedly at Posid, below Mato Grosso in Brazil. And we have Lemuria, the remnant of which is under Mount Shasta, called Telos. And their language is mentioned in the writings of Telos. I don't know what it's called off the top of my head. Then we have Hyperborea, that Madame Blavatsky said was one of the first root civilizations that came before Atlantis and Lemuria, which is located up where, kind of where Avalon was supposed to have been, according to the stories of Merlin and King Arthur, the land of the apples, to the west of the British Isles. That's where Hyperborea was.
Saga is called Udenma, It is the place where heaven meets earth at the North Pole during the time of the Paradise, in which Helsinki, Finland was the North Pole. That's Hyperborean. That got cut off during the Ice Age, and then later the white people showed up, and all the other people in the world are descendants from Hyperborea that came before the Ice Age.
Fascinating. They're saying now that that paleness amongst the Caucasian didn't come around until 8,000 years ago. Actually, recently they've changed that to 11,000 years ago, which would line up with the Dryas ice perfectly.
Yeah, precisely. The ice was starting to recede, and then the Hyperborean king line decided they could, seed 3 new races after they had seeded the previous 9 tropical races. So the Arctic races were born from that. So that's your 11,000 year marker. Everybody else is older. White people are the new kids on the block.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, there's actually a theory called the Ibero-Mauritian theory that they say that people from the Scandinavian region came down into the Mediterranean region and became the leaders of the ancient Egyptian society. They were more highly advanced because they're from a colder climate, so they're much more highly motivated and technologically advanced. And so when they came down to a place where the people were kind of just wearing loincloths and like warm, hot weather, they didn't really need to be that motivated. And so they were easily conquered by these northern tribes coming down from Scandinavia. It's an interesting theory. There's some.
It is an interesting theory. Yeah, I would say if they came down, like, if we're talking about those kinds of people, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that what was going on with the Arctic races, because the Hyperboreans are like the Arctic races, but the Arctic races are distinctly different. And so it might have been Hyperboreans themselves that had come down and not actual Arctics. And a lot of that stuff, if we're talking about a lot of what's going on with those guys and talking about someone coming into their civilization at a time when the white people were still doing their thing in the woods with their longboats and largely tribal local for their mass populations, then I think you're actually looking at the precursor to the Phoenicians, which is the Sea Peoples Federation, which was how the remnants of the Atlanteans, or the people from the continent in the of Atlas that sank, how they reconstituted themselves as a seafaring culture. They would be the earliest establishment of the maritime law, by which we all talk about the globalization and global oppression that we talk about. So that kind of ties into the modern conspiracies in that manner. And I just passed the absolute sickest Halloween decorations.
Awesome.
I think they actually had a Viking longboat with skeletons in it. It was like a short one. It's toyish, but it was awesome looking.
That is awesome.
Anyway.
They found some of those longboats and they've been trying to recreate one. I think they've been able to do so. It's pretty amazing how well they knew those woods that they use and all the different woods and all of their different strengths. And they use various woods for different things when it comes to archery and building boats. Their wisdom and knowledge of wood and how to use it was very impressive. And their dragons on the front of those longboats were pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like when we look at languages, I've always noticed personally, like when I look at runes to me seem like a little bit like those chicken scratches that you like to mention, Indy. There's something about the way runes look and the way the pre-Phoenician Sumerian language looked, the way that runes are depicted. Like, I wonder whether runic is where that came from. Like, there might be a connection, if that makes sense. If you just look at the shapes of the letters, And the runic is obviously related to the language of the giants, right, from ancient times.
Yeah.
In fact, the Book of Giants is called almost the same name as the ruins. Not Futhak, the other name. Anyway, there's the Book of the Giants that came out, and it's very interesting. Like when you really go into it, now it sort of makes me think that there's been so much obfuscation. And when they talk about this nonsense about white people suddenly appearing 10,000 years ago, to me, it's like, I don't know. I think like all races, according to the Vedas, it's different. According to the Vedas, there's always been 4 races. So I look at that and I go, how much of it is our anthropologists and confiscation happening, and how much of it is genuine? Because there are references to the Aryan people, right, in the Vedic from very ancient times, and that they were here on Earth. They didn't just suddenly appear in the recent history. And when I think of 10,000 years, I think of recent times. So, for example, just to bring that back in, it mentions that Noah in the Bible, there's an allegory that says that Noah was white. Because when he was born, they mention how the light shone off his skin, right? That is an allegory which is saying that this baby was like glowing. Well, of course he was glowing. A white baby, when a white baby is born, they're like white, right? They're like a ghost. Like any light that's anywhere near them gets reflected off the skin. And then you go into older dialects and you look at like the story of Ziltudra, right? And it speaks about how when Ziltundra was born, there was confusion with his mother and his father, or his surrogate father, asking his mother whether she had had intercourse with the Ijiji, because some of the Ijiji were white, and the original humans were red. According to the Sumerian stories, the original humans were red color; they weren't black. So it's all that suffocation that we're getting about, like the first humans were black. No, according to our ancient histories, the first humans were red, which is more like, Indian people, American Indians, like that red color of skin, like a brownish reddish color. And then at some point, the black and the white races started to mingle. And I'm guessing that the black and the white came from the mixing, the interbreeding with the Watchers, with the Ijiji, what we call the Nephilim. He's taking his podcast.
Remember, we were the Paradise Time. The Paradise Time meant what? Meant there were no seasons. It was the time. It was like the dinosaurs, right? That age of the dinosaurs, or everything. Like, what was it? Everything was fucking tropical, right? Yeah. That's the point. It was paradise. Everything was tropical. There, the evolutionary course of man would not produce, would not lack melatonin or melanin, whatever. For causing pigment in the skin, right? So that's the whole bit, right? So if it was paradise, you could not have naturally had white man occurring. That's the science of it, right? So the black man came about because they were stuck near the equator, which was getting brutalized. Those deserts weren't there before. There used to be oceans there. There used to be fertile freshwater lakes, maybe small seas hanging out in there. We have different ecosystems, and because the Hindus are not wrong. There are, when I say the 3 Arctic races, the Arctic races is also kind of one race in and of itself. Men of the North, white. Men of the South, black. Men of the East, yellow. Men of the West, red. The Hopis say that.
I've been kind of exploring this weird line of thought in my work, just kind of thinking about it just now even. about how everything kind of exists as sort of these multiple bubble realities. We talk about, you know, correct histories of this is the right history. They have this historical narrative. They have this historical narrative. And I'm just thinking about this idea. It's like, what if there are multiple pasts? Like, what if there isn't a single past? And what we're actually experiencing now is more like, so here's how I kind of visualize it in my mind. Imagine you have a circle and you have a dot at the very center of that circle. The left half of the circle, you know, is basically represents the past. The right side represents the future. And you have all these lines sort of converging from different angles and sides and point towards the present moment. Because if you think about it, like when you have multiple narratives, it's like if you have a sheet of paper, like let's say you have the standard, you know, historical, you know, narrative that they teach us in school, right? And then so you draw a line at like a 90-degree angle through the present, but then you start to think about another alternative history, like, oh, wait a minute, you know, maybe the history lies to us. Then you have a line that's more like at a 40 to 5-degree angle, and then you eventually you start to see like a big wheel just filled with all these different spokes going in different directions. So, you know, I've been thinking about, like, you know, if there's multiple potential futures, then there's also multiple potential pasts. And even if you think about it in your own life, like you may have a narrative in regards to what your past is, who you were, and then 10 years later have a completely different narrative about what your past is and who you are. And you've taken all those same events and recontextualize them to create a completely different story. So in a way, like as you go through your life, your past and future narrative sort of change. And it's like, you know, instead of just like one line, it's like a big circle. And like, so that's kind of what I've been thinking about lately and during this conversation. Just this idea of like, what if there are multiple pasts and not just a single past that everything comes from? I don't know. It's an idea that's in my head.
You know,
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense to me, just because I believe that we have epochs and epochs and epochs built upon epochs within epochs of history that go back millions of years from our perspective of linear time. But like you say, we've got to question the linear time structure. Is linear time the only way to consider time? And I think like possibly what it means is that each one of those chapters is a different history in a sense, because they all exist now, right? And I think that there have been resets, and these resets could be got to do with cosmological principles shifting and resetting. And with each reset, like Rudolf Steiner speaks about 4 ages of humanity, the four humans, and going into the 5th age of human, which is, I find that quite interesting. It almost suggests that there are at least 4 different ages or 4 different histories. And from our contextual perspective of now, we like to think of time as linear. But what if like each linear chapter is a different version of now? And what we're experiencing now connects to each of these different aspects. It's a very interesting concept, Cosmic, and it's not without warrant, I don't think. I think there's something to the notion that causes us, and it's also a very shamanic idea, by the way, highly shamanic. The idea of the future and the past being a pivotal axis around the present, that one can interact with the past and the future. This is the whole idea of ancestors, right? How does a shaman work with ancestors in the present, right? And those ancestors can be from the future and the past. This is like a head trip. A lot of people don't like really consider this. Well, it means that those ancestors aren't in the past, they're in the now. And they're able to right now be a part of our experience, which means that effectively they're a part of us and we're a part of them, which means that there's different versions of us existing here right now. Only we're not aware of all these different versions of us. And so we are sort of, it's like imagine you take like a cube and you turn the cube around. Now I can only see this side of the cube, but the other sides of the cube are hidden, but they're still present, but they're just not here, not obviously. So this idea that you present is quite an interesting concept with lots of different sort of tentacles. I don't know, how's that sit with you guys?
Yeah, that's great that he mentioned that. They actually have found DNA from the 3-fingered mummy in Peru. Have you guys seen that? It's white colored. It's a 3-fingered mummy. They thought originally that they had made it from a human hand and carved off the other 2 fingers and just made the other 2 fingers longer by taking out those parts of the middle of the hand to make it look like a longer finger. But as they've done more studies, they found that it's actually in a natural state that it would be in, and that its genes are reptilian. But the only species that it has any relation to on Earth is the human species. So apparently we have some of those reptilian genes from that 3-fingered mummy in our genome. This is a recent discovery.
And then we call them alien, but they may not be alien. They may be a different version of us.
They may be intraterrestrial. They maybe came from inside the Earth. Maybe they were on the surface of the Earth. And maybe they found a different habitat since then. They've been hiding away somewhere. They could be a breakaway civilization that could have left Earth after developing high technology. Or maybe travel through time to a different time.
Yeah, I like the idea of I like this idea that you presented, Cosmic, because it's got such a lot of juiciness to it. The idea of wasn't it Greek? The Greeks had this idea that there's 2 different kinds of time, right? There's linear time, and then there's broad time.
Yeah.
And like we use words like ascended, and I like that you mentioned that, Rodney. That's really interesting. Like, what does that mean? Ascended? Does it mean like I got myself a bit ass-ended? What do you mean ass-ended? I ended on my ass. No, it doesn't mean you ended on your ass. It means you got ass-ended. It means maybe you got absorbed into the consciousness field. And in the process of being absorbed into the consciousness field, something else was emitted. And that could be like an evolutional epoch shift, right? Because I've met a man with 12 fingers, and there was nothing deformed about his hands. I've met people with 12 fingers before that have like a deformity.
Yeah.
Like 2 fingers aren't, but this guy's 12 fingers were so perfectly aligned that I was literally like this, staring at his hands, and he was laughing at me.
It's strange.
And I was like staring at them. I couldn't understand what was wrong because they
looks
looked perfect.
But then you notice it's like, wait, it looks like a regular hand, but there's something different. It takes a while for the mind to realize that there's an extra digit there because it just looks so normal. The hand looks like in perfect anatomy, but just something's a little off. So you can really tell when you see people like that, people with these elongated skulls where it's not a deformation. It's a beautiful ancestral trait. Why have those been demonized? Why have we been led to believe that people that have Marfan syndrome have a syndrome, not an ancestral trait from the giants? Possibly because they're hiding these giants. And I know that they've mentioned there was times when the giants had became fallen. After the paradisial times had ended, it was hard to find resources. They then became cannibalistic. And that's probably a time that they don't want us to remember. That's my best guess on that. But also there could be a possibility that they're trying to hide the fact that they were more powerful than us, and they want us to forget that.
Yeah, that's very interesting point that you make. Sorry.
They may have had a benevolent agenda for us that has been flipped. Because I know that the mound builders were said to have been the shamanic leaders, and they were built. The ceremonial burials were very ornamental and developed, and they did not give the regular people who were of normal stature those special ceremonial burials. So they must have been very special shamanic leaders to their people.
There were 2 books of going forth by day in ancient Egypt, aka Book of the Dead. There was rites for the wealthy and rites for the poor. That's all I can really remember about the rights for the poor. Everybody knows about the rights for the wealthy, because the Book of Going Forth by Day, it mostly, you're mostly getting that. All the high class rights, all the stuff they do in that. A poor person, a slave, and everything else, they couldn't afford all those things. They had different means, and they had a different relationship with the afterlife also. So even life and death by class system was thought of differently, just based on rites of passage into the underworld.
Now that's something that came about from the secret cult of Amun-Ra. And for those of you who are not really certain about this, or not really clear about this, the figure Ra and the figure Amun-Ra are two very different figures. Now, Ra was one of the first gods worshipped by the ancient Cometians, and his worship dated back to around 3000, 2500 BC, whereas Amun-Ra became an infusion of the god of air and fertility and creation, Amun, and the god of the sun and primordial existence and the root of an origin of all things. Now, when he integrated those two gods, he basically created an integration of the whole pantheon. And so he was like representative of all gods. Much like Akhenaten created a monotheistic movement, he was trying to integrate different cults into one cult together. And when he did this, he also created gold as the first currency. And through creating currency, he changed the high priestesses of the temple, who led the spiritual practices of the temple, into temple prostitutes and demonized the matriarchy. From this time, he then changed the script of the afterlife rites from being equal to everyone, that if you don't make it, if you end up breaking one of the 42 laws of Ma'at, you all are entitled to a reincarnation, worst case scenario. Whereas if you did not break one of the 42 laws of Ma'at, you would be able to ascend and become a star and shine your light on the rest of humanity and the universe to share your wisdom. Now, when Amun-Ra came into power, that all changed, and he made it so that in order to ever be able to get anything, even reincarnation, nobody could ever rise to become a star anymore. But to become reincarnated, you can pay a priest. And if you don't commit any of the 42 laws, sins, or transgressions of Ma'at, you potentially could be able to be reincarnated without paying a priest, but it was very rare that anyone could ever do that. So I could see where it would be difficult for the poor people to be able to afford to pay the priest to be reincarnated. And so there must have been some service they must have had them do to be able to earn their way. But this goes along with the flipping of the script for kind of all of mankind, where spirituality was something that was not something of punishment or something to fear that would kind of drive us to behave because of our ultimatums of fear of being punished or damned. It was really more about the power of being forgiven and being able to try again if you can't do it this time. But also, ultimately, there was a push towards really wanting to do things right for one and all, because it's going to help you the most if you treat all of mankind well than it would if you were to get your power by getting your power by putting other people down or standing on other people's shoulders, so to speak. So this changing of rites of death kind of has led into the present day. Ever since the secret cult of Amun-Ra had changed things, religion has now become somewhat of a monetary fix. It's really about coaxing the people into enough fear to be able to want to pay the temple or church to be saved. And so that's something that's really continued since around 1500 BC with the secret cult of Amun-Ra, who I've associated with Marduk. I think if Marduk would have become anything, it would have in ancient Cometian society, he would have become Amun-Ra, whereas Ningshita, who was like kind of his archetype, would have become Jehudi or Thoth, because Jehudi and Thoth all carried the the caduceus staff, as did Ningshita. He was represented by the sacred tree of life that spiraled out to two different sides and had a center pole. And also he had two heads on each shoulder, was indicative of the caduceus staff, with the Sushumna in the middle being him and his head, or the tree.
Well, yeah, man. There's a lot of connections that are very obvious to be seen there, and I think Quetzalcoatl is the other missing link. Yeah,
Yeah.
of the same tree.
Same figure.
We've got General Shinobi. Sorry, yeah, brother. Were you not finished?
Quetzalcoatl was born from a virgin, apparently. I just heard.
It doesn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me
We
these
just-
days. You know, these
beat.
stories.
She got
Yeah.
She ingested a jade bead, and that's how she became pregnant with Quetzalcoatl. But interesting, they talk about in ancient times the sun god. There's the sun god in the sky above, and then there's the sun god as he wanders through the underworld below and dies and is reborn. So that's an interesting aspect that was kind of lost. They don't really represent the sun as an above ground sun, in a son of the underworld ever since the more ancient societies. But they did do that in Egypt and Mesoamerica with Quetzalcoatl and with Osiris
And Sumeria,
in Sumeria.
and the Sumerians and the Akkadians, the Shamash from Arcadia and the Utu from the Sumerians, both had that idea. In fact, the Sumerian Utu, interestingly enough, played the role of, now I don't want to get this wrong, did not play the role of Tahuti. Did he play the role of Tahuti? I'm wondering if he played the role, he either played the role of Tahuti or he played the role of Anubis. I don't think it was Anubis. No, he played the role of Tahuti, because as far as I know, Tahuti assists with the judgment, right?
Shamash.
Yeah, Tahuti assists with the judgment, the making judgment of. So you've got Mart with the feather, and Anubis, and Anubis is working with Mart, like the attendee. And then you've got Tahuti, who's actually playing the role of the judge. Is it Tahuti? I don't want to get this wrong.
Like Jehuti, like Thoth?
Yeah.
Wait, aren't we thinking of?
God.
Wait, are we thinking of Osiris? Is the
Oh,
judge?
sorry. Thank you, brother. Oh, I thought like it's sounding a bit wrong.
Oh,
No,
this involves
my mistake.
the whole thing with Anubis and Osiris, because Anubis was dethroned
Yes,
for Osiris's position when he became the Lord of the Dead.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Osiris, yeah, the Osiris position. Total, thanks for that help.
Yeah.
The Osiris position. So in the old Utu and Shamash, there wasn't a separate deity for Osiris, but the Egyptians added in a new. And I always, when I was younger, I always thought of Osiris as being like a different version of the sun god.
Yeah.
I didn't know where I'd got it from. I always just thought that, and I would see the books and I'd be like, they don't seem to say that. But it to me makes sense. When I look at this image, it reminds me of the sun god. I'm like, this is the same dude, man. He's dressed different.
Mhm.
And I think that shifting came, and in some ways, Osiris has certain solar elements to him. Like, for example, Osiris being chopped up into 12 pieces, right? And
Right.
becoming like the man with a golden gun. Isis wanted an upgrade. She was like, dude, I want you to gold member. Dun, dun, dun. Let's go James Bond. I'm turning my man into James Bond. And so she gave him a gold member. And so that the Horus could be born. But there's this interesting connection there with this Osiris, who no, it's not Osiris, is it? Osiris is the lord of the underworld.
Right.
It's actually the Anubis. It's the Anubis connection. It's the intendee, because Anubis plays the role of the
Dead.
guy who ferries them, right?
Yeah, because Osiris is not a psychopomp, but Anubis is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I may meet Anubis when I die because he came to me in my dreams, and I've put him as a clay statue of my own figuring on my altar since then to honor that dream because Anubis needs me. So, you know, my ears perk up when I hear this god's name, as you know, I'm sitting in the mystery and trying to get to figure him out. And there's not a hell of a lot that I found about Anubis that's really, quote, scriptural. I've pretty much looked into most of it. And so my answers are going to lie within historical context of when I find, you know, records of like, oh, this was a temple, these were acolytes of him. Like, I'm waiting for certain other things that bring it together, because there's a connection between this black dog as much as kind of a black wolf in a sense, and having that kind of relationship that the that like the wolf warriors are involved with. Because I think as far as worldly duties are concerned, there was something to it with Anubis, because it's hard for me to understand why the god picked me.
Yeah, well, I think since Horus has aspects of the sun as a sky god, and his right eye represents the sun, I think maybe like Osiris gave birth to the sun god, or conceived the sun god.
Well, Osiris could have a sun connection, because like Osiris has the Odinic kind of quality to him as well. Right, you know, he was a king of the gods, dies, comes back, is still king of the gods, and he's more terrifying than ever because he died and he came back, and he came back with the wisdom that comes with having gone through the death. And then he gives birth to the hero. And Odin, when his son dies, he gives birth to Vidar, the god of vengeance, and Vidar is a hero god, who, you know, his duty
What's that, baby?
Is to take, wait, no, I'm sorry, it's I'm trying to remember, because we're talking about he kills Fenris for killing Odin. So how did Odin make it? I'm forgetting how it worked, but the point is he you know, Odin births the god of vengeance, who avenges, you know, his death, and he avenges and he avenges a few people because he has to take out Fenris, and he rips Fenris's maw apart, right, destroying the wolf.
Yeah, it's very interesting when we look at that, because Osiris is related to we did this a while ago, Orion. One of the best pieces Metallica ever did. If you don't know it, go and check Metallica's Orion.
Yeah, I love that. Orion.
Badass piece of music. But anyway, Orion, and so through Isis he's related to Sirius, and through Orion related to, so we see a connection with the pyramids related to Osiris and Isis. So this is a very ancient, I think it gives us a much better idea of looking at the dating of the pyramids, because Osiris he's not a new deity by no means. He's one of the older, right? And you know, Horus and all of that lot came much later. And so it's quite interesting to like conceive of this idea of Osiris being sort of the father of the sun almost. I wonder whether there's a connection with the black sun and Osiris. You know, I've always had this in the back of my mind connection, because like I think that the sun was considered as being the son of the day and the son of the night. And the son of the night is the sun that we can't see, and we call that the black sun. And so that's another side of the sun that we don't normally see, right? But maybe there comes epochs where that switches, and now cosmic. This is where cosmic's like interesting idea comes in, that he reckons there's multiple timelines in our past as a possibility. And I tend to agree with this notion that this stands to reason, because there must be a shifting of the polarity where the polarity of the sun switches to the point where the black sun becomes the light sun and the light sun becomes a black sun, like a passing of the baton. And I think it has to do with our 25,900 year, whatever the numbers are, cycle, right? This axis tilt of the earth that's sort of aligning us with different energetics, alignment within the cosmos, and how that is probably dialed in to bigger dials in the cosmos, and how these dials all work together like the dials of a clock. And we see the Mayans were very like adept at dialing in their calendars and their systems to be well dialed in with all of these clocks. And we've got these big earth clocks and cosmic clocks and heavenly clocks that all seem to keep time. And so we've modeled our clocks on these things. And so we've then got this idea of Saturn, the green man, and the Saturnian black cube. But I wonder whether this goes back in ancient times to Osiris. And also, like the name Osiris, he's literally got the word Sirius, right? Sirius in his name. Even though Isis is the one that's really related to Osiris, and he's really related to Orion, he's got Osiris. Right? So he's got that as a suffix to his name, but he's got the word light added on. So what is the light of Sirius? That's Orion. Orion is the light of Sirius. And so it sort of makes us think like, well, what is this connection with Sirius, right? Maybe there's a time when Sirius is closer to us and a time when Sirius is further from us. And it makes me wonder about this notion of the theory of two suns, right? That our sun is part of a system of two suns that rotate around each other, maybe like a figure of eight, and maybe they do a half time change sides notion, and the black sun becomes the light sun and the light sun becomes a black sun. I don't know. What do you guys think about all of these notions? I mean, this is quite a lot of bones on the table.
The black sun is fairly loaded because the Nazis kind of have their bit about it. I'm not 100% sure exactly how original the entire black sun concept is to effectively the Vril or the Tool Society. They're occultists coming up with it. Its most famous figure is understood as it's basically the 12. I think it's a 12-spoke wheel, and each spoke is a Sowl rune, but they're crafted in the design form of the von List rune structure, which is the much more it's got that kind of that postmodern kind of angularity to it, where it's got that utilitarian kind of energy flow to the way it is, right? It doesn't have the archaic chicken scratch that you mentioned look that the original calligraphics are giving you, right? Like I play with that uncanny valley with my YouTube channel. I have a couple of swirly logos, Phil Fott logos, that would be called swastikas if it weren't for how I stylized each of those arms for the purposes of the magic involved. And I've never even had somebody say, "Oh, I don't know about you with this thing in your intro," right? So it's funny how that works, right? Because I mentioned like when I mentioned Udenma, the Hyperboreans, because this is a Hyperborean mythos thing for the Nazis, right? So there's the 12. There's the 12. There's 12 regions that are owned by the Earth. By the way the Hyperborean layout was originated. So, you've got literally the center of this looks like Udenma. Then you've got the ring around Udenma, and it's said that Uden is a ring per se. Like, even though Uden is technically like the sun, this ring is also, there's different layers of the Hyperborean civilization, because there's the absolute center, which is Udenma, and then Hell as a whole, which is where we get Helsinki from. But Hell as a whole, which Udenma is in, which has the second tier of elites. Well, that's kind of like the ring design. And then outside of that is the rest of the world population at large with lesser kings and such. And that's, like I said, it's using the Sawilo rune to make these 12 lines. So that's the 12 souls, the 12, there's 4 races, but then those are subdivided into 12 races that then go off into their different micro nuances of creator expressing itself.
Yeah, brother, that's so on point. I just realized, did I not introduce General Shinobi? I'm so sorry, General Shinobi. I meant to introduce you earlier, and I didn't get a chance. And I was like, did I introduce him? Did I not? I was like trying to remember. I realized I didn't.
You said hi. Did we not speak yet? Well, have we been
Big love, brother. For those of you that don't know General Shinobi, yeah, man. For those of you that don't know, he's a. Sorry, do go, brother. I was just going to introduce you.
I was just going to say that I was watching half an hour of last week's conversation, thinking I was listening to you guys this week, and you even said, "Oh, is it the 4th today? I thought it was the 5th," and all that jazz. So I was on the wrong timeline. I was listening to you guys speaking from last week's chat about the woke occultism, and I was thinking, I swear we spoke about this last week, but I hadn't listened to that part of your guys' conversation, and I was like, "Oh, this is great." I was writing stuff down, so that was a bit of a trip. And then I switched to this one, and then you guys were talking about time, and it's just funny because last week you sent me a invite link, and you thought you hadn't, but this week you forgot. So I've been on a bit of a trip with time. Like, I've gone back in time, and it's funny.
Yeah, totally, brother. For those of you that don't know, his channel's on the recommended list. Everybody here has channels on the recommended list, except Cosmic, because Cosmic hasn't got his channel working yet. We've got to get onto Cosmic. Cosmic's got to do this. Cosmic, when are you going to pull your socks up, buddy?
We'll see.
You got a lot to give, dude. You got to start getting that information out there.
It's probably going to kind of come all at once when it does happen. So that's how it seems like it's going to be.
Well, yeah. So Shinobi is a researcher, and he's been doing a lot of like intense work, and he's very dedicated to bringing out hidden truths and manifesting a sense of wisdom and understanding, like all the rest of us in this crazy time. But I love what all you guys are throwing on the table, and this notion of time, bringing it back like a step to sort of tie everything together. Just before we do that, I'm going to forget, right? And this is a thing. So I shared like a week ago. I found this really cool. Someone shared it in a group. I think it was John's girlfriend that shared it. And for those of you that don't know John, it's Jon. He's all over Telegram. I'm sure you guys know him. He's the admin of like a lot of groups. And anyway, it was a track about music and how this particular organization is destroying music. AI music is becoming a thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed. It's terrible. It's painful. When you're trying to find a musician, you've got this AI version of them, and you're like listening, you're like, something's wrong. Like this music's from the 50s. It shouldn't sound like this, right? It shouldn't be recorded like this. And when you go and look, you go, okay, this is an AI version. And you go and find the original version. You go, that's much better. There's just something slightly demented with the AI music.
So wait, are we talking about an AI reproduction of a song that's already been recorded? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck you. Oh,
Yeah.
that's awful.
Yeah.
That is awful. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like I still don't like Pro Tools for fucking auto-tuning the universe.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Like this is horrendous. That's horrendous.
Yeah.
That is taking away what people win Grammys for best performance on a record is about.
Exactly.
You know, fucking 60 years ago, everybody got in a room and did the song in you know, it didn't have to be one take if you had a good editor, but you just fucking mic'd shit up and you just you know, you didn't have complicated tracking, so you could fucking sip your latte. The drummer can take a break because he already recorded his part, and then you're just riffing over it like we do in the modern fucking world as the goddamn fucking perfectionists we are. And it's perfectionism. It's like there's perfectionism that is absolutely amazing in human technique. And then there is using a machine to make it perfect for you. You know, Meshuggah is an amazing band. So amazing that for one album, the drummer said, I'm not going to do drums and I'm going to use my endorsed drum machine because he ended up getting this drum machine endorsement. I think it was the album Catch 33. The drummer wrote the drums, but he did not perform them, but he did produce them himself. And he did it only for that album, as I understand it. And he's made plenty of albums since then. But that was a special situation. And it's a fucking great album, right? You know, I was in a band called Brain Dead. There was an album that we put out called Behind the Mask of Sanity. We could not find a drummer. And so we didn't want to do it because, you know, we're the ones that joke about, you know, drum machines have no souls. But, you know, we had to do it. We had to do a MIDI programming of the drums. And then we just sat in the studio for fucking hours playing with the fucking audio, trying to make it sound as fucking organic, human feeling as possible, because we're this fucking real, like, you know, our band would roll with a band like this on my shirt. Visceral, fucking visceral, fast, like faster than it's on the album all the fucking time. No clean vocals from our vocalist. No clean vocals if I have a backup vocal part. I'm on bass. I'd rather be a guitarist, though. It's one of the reasons I left for a long time. Long story short, you know, it takes so much work to do that for something that you just don't want to do, because the heart and soul performs way better with the guy who is intuitively responding to how you're playing and everything else.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
there's energy involved
beyond compare to do that, because that's a trick that's robbing you of actually listening to your fucking guy.
And it gets worse.
Did I hear that
it gets worse
doing this? Because I just started having Spotify. I'm playing Spotify music now on my channel because it's easier than doing it from YouTube streaming.
Well, you know, I think it's time to start downloading the bloody music again and keeping it on our hard drives and using a VLC or something. I think it's time to go back, because Spotify is, and it gets worse, right? So this little track that I found and I listened to, obviously I went to look it up, and as true as Bob, you mentioned Helsinki. Wow, that's a good looking get, brother. You mentioned Helsinki, right?
I call her Wraith.
Oh, Wraith. Nice. So you mentioned Helsinki, yeah? And Helsinki is obviously, let me share this. Helsinki is obviously it's a region, it's an old region, which is by modern times, I think, Sweden, and a few of these sort of northern European countries. It's sort of it's a region between that connects these countries, and Helsinki is also within this region. It's an ancient region, old name, and so Helsinki is like a very ancient place, yeah, with a very ancient legacy. And so let's share this before we go any further. Hope we can see it on here. No, I have to share it. Isn't it not sharing automatically? Darn, I better go and change the settings there. So here we can see what it is to see. So we're looking at, just to go to the top. This is the Helsing. Helsing is a new type of defense company. They provide AI-enabled precision mass and autonomous systems across all domains, right? So it's weaponized drones, right, which is autonomous, air dominance. Basically, it's an AI system that's controlling these HX2 drones and the SG-1 Lura. That's an underwater drone. So they've got the sky and the underwater being controlled by AI. They've got the Centaur as well, and they got the Sierra. This is the Sierra, I think, is for like disturbing electronics of other aircrafts and what have you. So they're looking for people with their heart in the right place who share our conviction that democratic values are worth protecting for ourselves and for future generations. And I'm telling you now that there's something off about this nonsense. So basically what that
democratic, that means for their ideals. It's not loyal to a nation. Right? Well, why say for our republic's values? Where's the democracy? These are all we're all representative republics. Where's the actual democracy? There isn't. There are parties that call themselves democratic, including
exactly
the Democrat Party, which is not the Democratic Party. There is no Democratic Party. There's no ick at the end of it. That's what's interesting.
Yeah, so these technologies work very much like the lavender technologies that they've used lately. And this is basically autonomous drones that will find people and strike them. Anybody that threatens their idea of democracy. In other words, if you're an activist and you don't agree with the kind of democracy that's being shoved down your throat, you could have this drone looking for you. And they've done a lot of strikes. Israel used the lavender against Iran, and they like took out like, I don't know, like 11 families. Oh, and surrounding families.
This is why Captain America Winter Soldier is one of my absolute favorite movies. This was the plot to Winter Soldier. The Department of Homeland Security, aka Hydra, was going to have the list of everybody who was anti-Nazi in the world and use 3 ultra drone air carriers with Gatling guns and missiles to strike everybody in one day. That was the plot of Captain America Winter Soldier. That's what Captain America is stopping. And it's reality, and there it is.
Yeah.
Especially if it's in the private sector, or we have become too foolish in having a properly trustworthy government. Terrifying times, wouldn't we say? Unless, of course, you know how the universe works, which is more powerful than the governments and the dark.
It gets even better. All of you have been paying for it. And I'm not just talking with your tax. Every time you play a Spotify track, you are paying for this AI system to become your police and everybody else's police in the world. Because I think $600 million was invested into developing these programs by Spotify directly. And so there are like famous bands that are refusing to there are a number of bands. Let's take a look at the list. What bands are we talking about? Bands protesting Spotify investment
And let me say, like,
to war.
knowing so many
Massive attack. Sorry,
knowing-
yeah.
knowing so many certain kinds of podcasters, right? And not being the greatest fan of AI, I use it sparingly on my streams to ask a couple of quick surface questions, typically, like I did yesterday about a few things in the book I'm reading. I've really liked some of the music that people have prompted to be made by AI as, like, as a bit for their show. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's hard to find, like, musicians. You make an agreement, you can have the song up and all that stuff, right? So people, they're using AI, they're writing music, and some of the stuff is really cool. Chance Garton did something talking about revisionist history, and he made this amazing intro that was very, like, it was like Sabaton. It was fucking beautiful. I really complimented him on it because he worked really hard on the prompts, and I could tell, to make it look good and uncringy and everything else. And Paranoid American, he produces high quality themed AI stuff, right? So I don't like having much of a relationship with AI. And there's a lot of things that people are going to choose to do wrong and choose to do right with it. And one way or the other, you've got digital spirits that you are dealing with. So it's probably dangerous in the wrong hands of authority, which is what we're talking about with the drones and such. Sorry, continue.
No. Well, it's funny you mentioned Chance. I've noticed he's been using AI a lot, and my thoughts are this: like, we either support these companies or we do not support them. Right? It's that simple. And now that I know this about Spotify, right, that they are pushing AI music and funding war, I'm like disgusted. Right? This is what they use the money that we invest into their company for, right? To make a big, quick, extra profit on the back end. They're not making enough profit out of charging millions of people money. They've got to do this, they've got to do this other little mission as well. So I'm like disgusted. And what you say about that, I believe, and this is my opinion, I mean, you guys can disagree with me. I know that probably I'll get a lot of pushback, which is fair. I believe that we have a responsibility from a perspective of ethics to do to play our bit and do our piece for humanity. And I honestly, in my heart, believe that AI is the beginning of the end of something nasty, that it's going to end up controlling our legislation. We're going to have AI presidents. We're going to have AI prime ministers. We're going to have AI cabinets. We're going to end up having AI police. We're going to have AI military. We're going to have AI. Everything is going to be controlled by AI. You will have an AI bank. And this AI will make executive decisions on whatever it sees as being best for the agenda that is being programmed into this AI by whoever owns and created the AI, which is billionaires. Yeah. Right? So the rest of us will be shafted. So we now have a choice. We are either going to promote AI or we are not going to promote AI. And I see AI as being the beast. Personally, I see like that 666 story. I think that's AI. When they talk about that notion, I think there must be some insight into AI being a part of some kind of a destructive cycle that humans have been in the past. And we go through this loop from time to time, and we're back there now. And we've got all these different timelines, like Cosmic says, that we run through. And it's like the same little drama playing itself out again and again, loop-de-loop, different timelines. It's happening right here. And I think AI is a part of the problem. And this is one of the reasons why I try and avoid AI, because I think that what YouTube is doing is it's trying to get as much AI. AI is going to replace most of people's jobs. This is what's going to happen. Call centers, AI. Management of everything will be AI. We won't need managers for companies, right? We won't need employees for companies because there'll be AI systems managing robots. We won't need anybody. Then AI will be the courts. We won't need judges. We'll have an AI judge. You won't need representation because the AI judge will just do it at once. You won't need policemen because the AI. You won't need doctors because there'll be an AI. I know somebody who's a client of mine who's handling big investments, and there's a big AI thing at the moment that's being pushed to initially as an assistant for all of the what do you call those people that scan your body with scans? There's not enough of these people.
Yeah.
It's a particular medical role.
Yeah.
But this AI is being designed and upgraded with mind in the future to replace all of these people. And the same will be said for like administration of drugs, doctor, nurse. You'll have AI nursing. I mean, when will it stop, and what will humanity be left with when we're living in a matrix that's completely? But we can stop it now on YouTube. We either say we agree with AI and we pray at the Church of AI and we push AI as much as we can, and to me, it shames me and it embarrasses me that there are people with massive channels, like you mentioned someone earlier, that is so pouring so much energy into AI that they are now becoming a frontman face for AI, so that the rest of everybody in our community is going to eat up AI. And I think those people have a responsibility, and they are failing in their responsibility towards humanity. They are failing to do what is the right thing ethically, and they are selling out. You know why they're selling out? Because YouTube algorithms favor you if you use AI. They will push you because YouTube wants to replace all of us with AI. You know why? It's a lot easier to control. AI can copy our face. AI can copy our voice. AI can copy everything about us. And once they've dumbed the human race down enough, the human race won't know the difference between real and AI, and we will all be redundant. And there will be these false little podcasts being created by AI with an AI agenda owned by billionaires, and they will control alternative subculture. They will control conspiracy theories. They will have a niche for everybody in humanity. And whose fault will it be that this has happened? Our faults. And the faults of the people with the big channels with 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 followers that are using AI, and they aren't aware of the greater problems and just exactly what, like, I'm going to call out Joe Rogan on this. Joe Rogan, if you're real, if you are genuine and you are real, you will boycott. We're going to see whether Joe Rogan's for real or not. Because is he going to be a part of this boycott against Spotify? Massive attack, massive respect to you guys. You guys put your money where your mouth is, right? King Gizzard, respect. Right? Godspeed, Black Emperor, Third Man Records, Deerhoof, Woo, Liff, Manchester Band, a lot of these guys, respect to you all for taking action against Spotify. That's my piece. My rant.
Okay, the AI performer, the AI influencer, things like that, that is a certain kind of front that works for people that want a certain kind of format. It's for people that are interested in celebrity and things like that. They can do that if they want. They can try and build that if they want, but people are no longer interested, right? Everybody thinks it's a stupid idea that this company just built an AI actress who is going to be taken seriously by a talent agency, so that way she has somebody with the inroad to being an actress. And an artificial intelligence based on large language model, not like an actual like self-aware machine, is now going to do this thing because people don't want to just see a coached line thing in front of them. Women respond to personality. AI, a woman can tell that the personality is being mimicked. Right? I don't even know if women, what is women's typical like response to AI? I mean, and I mean for like women that aren't into like having really smart conversations, not interested, because there's a lot of people that just like they don't care about talking to Chat GPT and asking it something or whatever, as opposed to the women that we talk to that are the fucking wildest of witches one could wish for. I purposely put all that Wunyo in there. Long story short is we already don't want these celebrity types who are just doing scripted lines. Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy's falling apart, right? He's sucked forever because he's not his own man. He speaks for a corporation. He speaks for his political ideology. He speaks curated by the legal department and the rules of the FCC and the Broadcasting Board of Governors, or whatever the hell they call it. There's two. It's not always the FCC censoring you. It's the Broadcasting Board of Governors, the BBG. The BBG exists for propaganda purposes. They filter what American media goes out to the world, right? So this is why the world will get a different version of CNN than America does. So what was the point that I was making? Oh, yeah. Then he's got a team of writers because he's not funny by himself. And then he just goes out there and he's a soppy boy, tells a joke. The joke is within your ideological agreement. So you don't laugh because it's funny. You laugh because it was an insult to a person you don't like. And that's basically, or an insult to an idea you don't like. And that's it. That's all that it is. Or it's something stupid about like a family dog, and it's kind of a fart in the wind joke that has no impact and not really special for television posture. So people don't want the pre-programmed celebrity person anymore, right? There's too many people. Like, there's those of us that are ultra deep, even if we're perhaps missing the boat on certain things. Like, you're either ultra deep, you're maybe like an ultra Christian who's not into any of these things anyway. You're not deep at all. But now everything going on is not got your attention because nobody's got personality, right? I don't really see, women that are still amongst the shallow being necessarily the same relationship with celebrity as they used to be. I think it's much more about their in culture because, I think that everybody's little social media groups, you maybe have your favorite personal broadcaster that you met when they had like 200 subs and you actually were on a first name basis with them, right? And these people rising up in the ranks as such. As I'm a big fan of this Zappy guy who makes he just does movie stuff, right? But he's obsessed with like horror films and cults and stuff, right? And so when he does a drop analysis on that, like, he doesn't come off as like our kind of a conspiracy theorist, but he definitely is wise to all sorts of stuff because he wants to make movies not only as good as they were, but better than they've ever been. He's very smart. He's like he's a very interesting person neurologically, and he thinks himself a superhero, and I love him for it. And he has a whole cocaine bit. He's really funny. And so I started watching this guy when he was, I don't know, 10, 12,000 subs or something. Kind of like with Library of the Untold. Like, I started watching him like really early on. And then it wasn't until he hit like 100K that he finally got back a hold of me. And that's how I got Joe Phipps on my channel and become a friend of mine. Right. So the human beings, we're going to be champions. I think humanity, this is going to fucking work. Something on such a level. Donald Trump is almost the perfect thing to trump AI, because how does AI fucking get how he fucking does it. Like, right. Same thing with Biden almost, where he's this blithering idiot. I think Biden probably can blither more than you could just like say, like, AI, have Joe Biden speak incoherently like he's got late stage dementia and some amnesia and some this and some that. And I don't think AI could sound as fucking absurd and slip of the tongue as Joe Biden can for himself. So I think we're in a panic mode for something that looks real. And we're only talking about what looks real. Right now, everybody's thinking there are two Trumps, which I think they're right. I think there's silver hair and gold hair Trump. Pay attention closely. Look back at different footage. What color is Trump's hair? It's not just fucking lighting, and you don't just hair dye like that all the time. There are two Trumps of about the same age.
You know, when it
Yeah,
comes
it's
to
exactly
artificial
what they're trying to make
intelligence,
the world-
like, you know, I've been trying to look at it in a different perspective lately because I know that everybody's been kind of like, you know, doom and gloom about it, and for the right reasons. But I another way I've been thinking about it lately is that, you know, everybody's kind of like pissed off that, you know, AI is going to take people's job. But I thought it from a different perspective. You know, someone as a writer, like I wrote this novel, right? And I would, you know, it would be really cool if I could turn that novel that I've written into like, you know, a feature length animated film. But obviously I don't have the resources. I don't have a production crew. I don't understand animation. So it's like, I'm thinking like one of the good things about AI is that if you genuinely have a good idea, a good story that's really interesting, but you don't necessarily have the money or resources to make it, you can use AI to kind of do the grunt work that was normally possible. Because think about so many movies out there that, you know, you got to have a big studio, you got to have a big name, you got to have millions of dollars backing with you. And I think in some way this can level the playing field, because the thing is, when AI, like, it becomes like, you know, more mainstream, it's going to saturate the market. But the thing is, there's still going to be that competitive aspect in the market where people are going to realize like most stuff is going to be AI slop. So the stuff that's going to stand out and it's going to be ultimately the most profitable is the stuff where still people put the most ideas and thoughts into their creation. So whoever has the most imaginative prompts that they can put into the AI are going to be the best. So really, when it comes to artificial intelligence, I think that really it depends. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because if we utilize our own creativity and our own ideas to come up with certain concepts and utilize certain things, and we just use AI to kind of fill in, you know, the busy work and do all the kind of the stuff like that, it's a good thing. I think the danger with AI is they're using it as a replacement for ideas, originality, and coming up with new concepts. They're just having the AI write the scripts, write the stories, and people are literally not doing any of the, you know, human involvement. But I think in general, when it comes to art, even when it comes to the AI stuff, I think the stuff that's going to, like, you know, the new stuff that's going to, you know, stand the test of time is going to be the stuff that has the most creativity, the most originality, and the most actual effort put into the, you know, using that AI tool. But unfortunately, I think what's going to happen though is there's going to be a lot of people that are not going to, you know, there's not really any, you know, incentive for them to develop as artists and develop their voice. And I think that's more the real danger. But
artists that want to be seen will do it for free. They may have already done something and they say, we'll give you permission to use it, like a song. You know, I can get on the phone right now with the band I mentioned that I used to be in, Brain Dead, and I could be like, yo, Ed, my buddy wants some vicious death metal for the opening to his podcast. Can he use Behind the Mask of Sanity? Just like, yeah, sure thing. Just make sure he gives the credit and maybe like puts like a certain copyright logo or something on. I don't know. He'll say one simple little thing about it because we understand production like that. Like I was COO of a music production company that I started with him and my buddy Mike Yusufer from a band called Prime Evil from New York. They're well known in the late 80s, early 90s thrash death scene, called ThemeWorks Publishing. And so as COO, I was supposed to be like the point man, like doing all of the actual like actionable functions of the company. Ed was the financial guy, and Mike was the high executive, because we were a subsidiary of his music studio. We were there setting out to be theme makers, ThemeWorks Publishing. AI is not responsible for the death of ThemeWorks Publishing, but AI is now a competitor if I were to restart that company, because people are using that instead of calling my company. So the three of us can, and we were not going to be like extreme metal. We were best at that because we're all in the death metal scene. But we did a theme song for a guy who's supposed to be an Italian mob boss. We had a mandolin in there. We had an accordion that was like, I did like digital work, and I wrote an accordion bit for it, and like little 1 minute thing for this pro wrestler character for a game. Not even like a guy who was a wrestler. Right. And so it was meant to have that Italian mafia vibe to him, as per his backstory. That was one of the few commissions we pulled off. So, like, you need a thumbnail. You need like a piece of art you want as your thumbnail. Go find an artist you like and say, hey, commission this, or can I get licensed to use that? Try that before you start, like defending AI.
Yeah, I think, I think it's like this as well. And I want to push back to what you say, Cosmic. I want to push back against it. And I want to point out one thing, right? What you say is seemingly fundamental true, that your idea that market competition would sort itself out and that people would be interested in real content, because real content that is made by real people would be better in theory. But what if, and this is a big what if people's access to this content is controlled by an AI system, let's say Google, or another AI system also owned by Google AI called YouTube, or another AI system called Facebook, or another AI system called X? And what if that is the only place where you're going to get access to this content? But what if the AI doesn't want you to get content to the real stuff? What if at the moment, what seems like a good idea, where they're making it cheaper and easier for artists to do incredible stuff, is just like that guy in the school playground giving the teenagers, hey, take this white powder. It'll help you study till late at night. You'll get good marks. And in the beginning, the teenagers go home and the white powder, wow, I can study all night long and I'm enjoying my studying. Only like 2 years later, they've dropped out of school, right? Because that white powder became its own problem. I think the white powder in this story is AI. And I think that initially it might be giving us something that seems like it's valuable and usable, but I think it comes with a shelf life. My personal feeling is like, it won't matter what content real people are making, because if the AI systems are preferring to push AI content, that's all people are going to see. And you know what? It's not just all people will see, it's all people will be able to find. There will come a point where YouTube will say, like, if it's not AI, maximum amount of viewers, so many. So sure, there'll be a few hundred people able to see the non-AI, but if it's AI, there'll be millions of people watching. And it will get to the point where AI will control everything, the music, the movies, and at some point, the people's ideas will become redundant, because the AI will have gone to take a look at everybody's ideas, right? Because Google's stealing your information. Facebook's stealing your information. Your phone is stealing your information. Any good ideas that people come up with will be stolen by the AI systems and digested and turned into a different version of that information, which can be sold by AI. So this is my challenge and my pushback to you, Cosmic. In theory, what you say is true, but in practice, will not AI be in control of what we see? And will not AI be promoting itself?
I mean, we're already at that point, because I mean, the reason I say that we got to look at the positive, because let's be real and honest with ourselves. This AI stuff is inevitable. We cannot stop it. It is not something that we can, course correct and go to a different path. It's coming. Because even if we in the West decide, you know what, we're going to stop making AI, we're going to stop doing it. But guess what? China and all these other companies, they're doing AI like crazy, and they're using that stuff, against people. So there's that competition. So people of different countries are using AI because they want to make sure that the other country that uses AI doesn't use that AI against them. So they're creating all this stuff. So I think that's important to, we have to learn to adapt to this new environment. If we're going to be, hoping that, AI is going to be taken down and we're going to go back to some, pagan la la land, like that's cope. I'm sorry. Like, we have to learn how to deal with it. And I think that when it comes to, AI, and even if you have a sort of a curtailed selection of stuff, like, for example, like, you have 100, videos or whatever, and AI only allows you to pick, from 5 of those videos, people are going to still have a preference among that small 5 videos that's been, created essentially. So I think that in a lot of ways, there still is that, even though there's like that, the slop element, I think there's still a sense of people, there's still an incentive within people, within the human heart and human imagination for something vivid and something, really meaningful and powerful. Sure, they'll eat up the slop for a while, but there's eventually going to be a point where their soul just can't take it anymore. They're going to reach out for something else. I mean, that's just kind of what happens. It's like eventually enough pressure.
You see, AI is going in application with giving it control of things through robotics, right? That's why we're terrified. The drones we were just fucking looking at. Age of Ultron, right? The Terminator. We've been warned about all of this bullshit. That's what's fucking terrible. And unfortunately, it's part of the nature of warfare too, right? And it's changing power dynamics because one person who's tapped into the right network, has the access codes, can, with a prompt, have the actions of what would normally be 12 men across a vast network or something, all do one thing faster than anybody else could blink or get to typing their prompts to respond, right? So prompt warfare. We are now killing each other at the speed of our fingertips, right? So, this is more real than nuclear war because it's still conventional warfare, right? So this is an unfortunate reality because, we're not going to be going back to living all sorts of rural with almost Amish conditions. We're going to be living in the manner of our choosing, despite the fact that we will need tools just in case. Because unfortunately, we know that many of our brethren are fools, and that we know that many of those who we consider outsiders to each other are being fooled by their own narratives and being tricked into believing we are their enemy as we speak. Remember, somebody out there right now is saying we are an enemy. Someone who doesn't even understand all of our language, but knows we said 1 or 2 particular words. And then the enemy twists that. They use AI and they put words in my mouth. And then all of a sudden, some freaking, ISIS whomever wants to put a hit out. There's a fatwa on me now, right? And he's got a drone because drones are cheap. So I better get my ass a cheap drone, just like I better get my ass a shotgun and a bulletproof vest and watch my neck.
It's very interesting when you say it's inevitable, I think in a certain degree AI is inevitable. But here's what I also think. For example, a lot of these AI things are owned by tech corporations. What happens if those tech corporations go bankrupt? What happens if enough people watch shows like this and start questioning whether they have a responsibility toward the human race? What happens when enough people decide, you know what, we're going to boycott anything that's got AI in it? What happens if enough people do that? How many tech corporations go bankrupt? Now, the people with money will want to invest their money where the money is safe, right? If the money is no longer safe to invest into tech corporations because the people don't want it, what happens to those tech corporations? Do they manage to survive, or do they go bankrupt? When enough of those tech corporations go bankrupt, is tech no longer a good place to invest all of your money into? If people start boycotting AI in a very big way and decide, you know what, we don't want AI, and start going on a point of promoting AI free, it will reduce the amount of AI. I don't think we will remove it, but we'll be able to make an impact, because at the moment, there is still a semblance, I say a semblance, of free trade. It isn't really fully free trade, we know that. But there is still a semblance of free trade, where if everybody decides no, YouTube will have no choice. If everybody says we don't want AI content and we're going to boycott AI content, what would YouTube do? Go bankrupt? If people say we're not going to use Google anymore, we want to find a non-AI search engine, we all boycotting Google, what would happen to Google? Would Google change their tune in order to stay functional as financial? Do they have a board of directors that they answer to? Is their financial stake at all important? If people start boycotting Facebook until Facebook gets rid of AI, what would Facebook do? How much power do we have as people? Do we literally just sit back and say it's inevitable and then click the next AI movie or the next AI video or the next AI this, AI podcast? Or do we decide, hey, where do we stand on this?
I think it's kind of like porn. It's going to be there, and it doesn't have to have anything to do with your life. And it's terrible, and a lot of people are going to suffer because of it. But it's not affecting you when you are preaching the good word of stay away from it, right? And I think we have to continue to do that as we have our limited relationships with it, limited to none at all. I got to get going. I'm going to be live with Stein to do my readings in about an hour. I encourage some people to show up. It's been a couple of lonely shows as of late, but I keep hearing people hate to miss it. So, Greyhorn Pagans podcast, me and Stein, high-minded conversation and psychic readings. Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Bless you, brother. And shout out to Stein. For those of you who don't know Stein, Stein's a cool dude. Go check out his channel. He's done a lot of good work, as well as Zerilat's channel. He's done a lot of good work, especially root language, the Germanic tribes, and everything else related to that. Yeah, our tuition, I think that the way things are going, we won't be able to tell in the future. So this is it. This is our last stand that we can make. If we don't make a stand now, you're right, our tuition, it will be too late. And I think we're at this pivotal point now where we start taking action. We either take action or we either bend over, take it from behind, or we stand up and fight the good fight. I don't know. What do you think, Indy? I see you.
I feel like we
shaking.
could, now that it's the golden age of information, like the secret is out. Like mankind is ultimately going to rise above. The collective is ultimately going to step away from the corrupt elites. We've lost trust in the medical system after COVID, and people have started to question things now, even though there was always these conspiracist people that were always questioning things and paranoid. Now it's really more of a collective that's conspiring together to awaken away from the collapsing financial, medical, and whatever institutions you want to name. This organized religion and civilization that's been established for us is not really been developing spiritually as much as it has technologically, and it's become an issue. And I think we've become trapped by our own technologies. I think a lot of people have taken it upon themselves to be able to profit in this society by kind of enabling people to enter sloth through not having to work in the fields and create food for themselves, not having to walk to trade their foods at the market and meet with people in person, not having to deal with the things and store the finances themselves. They have all these things. The banks protect you from having things taken from you. You have the cars help you get around without having to walk anywhere. We have the homes that cage us from being a part of nature. And the cars also keep us from being in our community, like in our neighborhood, and being closer to the people that we'd be near if we were, working out in our backyards in a permaculture haven. We can create a total utopia for ourselves effortlessly by just letting the seeds to the things we like seed in our soil, and keep our soil natural, and step away from this technological disaster that has been sourced by greed and sloth and lust and all these terrible things that are kind of trying to tear us down by enticing us towards the things that we're really not supposed to be doing. And so I think that we're starting to wake up by seeing that the foods become poison, the waters become poison, the airs become poison, the home building materials have become toxic and dangerous to be around. The clothing that we wear has become toxic to us and are going into our blood and affecting us. There's so many things we can do by stepping away from technology, but I think at this point people have been lulled into the crib of technology. And so, like, what can you do if you can't even speak or move or walk or be able to leave a room? You can be on social media. You can have AI do everything for you. You could have albums out. You could be a celebrity under a name and with a face that people don't even realize it's not even your own. You could have all these amazing things going on with this technology. But what have you been able to do for yourself? You've been able to press buttons and have apps do things for you. And you've kind of lulled yourself into an apathetic state where you don't really have the ability to do anything anymore. Now, it's a big difference with people that have worked their whole lives in the analog to try to make things with music themselves, with a real instrument, and then being able to see digitally how that can make things easier or fine-tune things for themselves, versus people that are just coming into this and they just going to skip learning how to make music really and just have some app make music for them. And do they really have a good understanding of what music is? Do they have to learn the scales? Do they have to really learn if they're not playing it themselves? Do they have to really understand what they're doing? So I think that leads on to like a lot of problems where you should almost have it be a situation where people need to first learn how to do things like make art or, create some kind of a composition for a podcast and put little, slide PowerPoint slides together or something that's more hands-on. Be able to do that kind of stuff first before you can let loose on this AI and just have everything done for you. But even anybody who's getting involved, to me, is kind of becoming worship of a new demon. You got mammonism, where people worship the money. Now we have this AI, which is like a demon spawn to me of the screen or the device or the hypnotist in the living room, where you're not going amongst people, but you might be like talking to people from across the world. But it kind of keeps us in a different zone than it would if we were like being here now in the world that we're in the community that we're actually in, being able to like be a part of something in person. It kind of creates a different space. And so, people are pretty excited about it right now because it's very new to mankind. And so, as the generations have come, it's kind of grown with us to new heights. So, it's pretty exciting to people, but I think people have lost sight of the power of nature and the ability to like allow nature to feed us and let it feed us and stop preventing it from being able to do so by trying to take these lazy shortcuts, like spray a bunch of Roundup and pave everything. And, there's just things we can do because we're so sick of the the grass keeps coming up so high and all this stuff. But there was a time when in America, when people weren't growing grass to have to be mowed all the time, and it wasn't such a burden, and they weren't using the grass to make wheat. They were actually growing dandelions instead of grass, and they would make dandelion wine. And through the 20s into the 40s, they was making a lot of dandelion wine, and they didn't grow grass lawns anymore. And so it was like a time where people were starting to wake up and starting to take the power back and make resources out of their land instead of becoming a burden where they have to pay somebody else to do it. Even though that can help in the community, having other people help you at your home, be able to make means by being able to do that. But it can free us from not having to do those kind of things and being able to do more productive things with our time. So there's a lot of these things that have been made to kind of hold us back from doing the really natural things that are bringing us into thrival, where we're going to be able to like really connect and find like deeper senses of understanding of our health in our social environment, that are being kind of corrupted right now and perverted by a lot of technology. But in some ways, we're all coming into a place where we're downloading so much information that we can share with others. And so there's some people that are out there using this technology to help their community, to help get to down to the ground in the earth, kind of boots on the ground kind of work going on. So that you have to always be grateful for that. But I feel like there may be a time where this technology may fall away from us. If there's like a great disaster and a lot of infrastructure is ruined, there could be a time where some of this technology could fall away from us. I feel like it would definitely be kept by the elites, and some different societies would be able to maybe maintain it better than others. But we should probably take advantage of the fact that we can use it right now. So there is that. But I also feel like it can be detrimental. For me personally, my experience with AI is it abhors me. Every time I'm like a Virgo, so I naturally like kind of point out flaws and notice them first. And so when I see like an AI picture, I'm like, I just shake my head. I'm like, oh my God, it's so wrong in so many ways. It's always wrong to me. It might be easy to make, but the words aren't even a word. The people's hands are all weird sometimes. And like, the faces aren't even a face sometimes. There's sometimes weird things happen. And to me, it irks me. I'm like, oh, it'd be better without that. Or if they had actual like things that they were showing that were relevant to what's being spoken about. It seems to me to really be wrong every time. And I tend to want to point out why it's wrong. But there was one that just caught me yesterday, and I was like, is this real? And it fooled me for a little bit, but I knew there was something to it that was just too crazy. It was like a turtle without a shell, or like a baby Loch Ness or something. And I was like, what is this? There's nothing like this. I've studied zoology my whole life. And somebody in the comments pointed out, they said the beak changes from blunt to pointed twice. And the way it moves, it's definitely AI. It went in the water and it just sank suddenly without moving its fins. And I thought that was very strange at first. You can't see any water flow. So, I really am pretty sure it was definitely fake, but it had really fooled me. And so they're getting better at it. And what really fooled me about it was that it kind of went in and out of focus. And it looked very real. But the imperfections made it look for real. The fact that they made it not look good. Like it was like whoever's doing this has like a bad camera. That made it look more real. So I think they've been able to kind of fool, like when CGI first came out, it was really bad. I think AI is first coming out, and to me, it's really bad. And to me, maybe I think people appreciate that it's saving a lot of time, and it might be able to do things at a level they might not be able to get to. To me, the fact that it's not able to just use regular words and it can't really show relevant material means it's completely obsolete to me. I think it's miscommunicating everything to people.
Did you guys
these fake words a thing now? You know what I mean? They might be taking those in their notes. I don't know.
Did you guys hear about I think there was a video that came up pretty recently about the AI that actually like tried to kill people. Like they found out they're actually I
heard about something like this.
Yeah, so basically the way AI apparently works, right, is it's not like a typical like program where you just say like do X. Basically the idea is, you tell an AI that it has to complete a specific goal or a task. And the idea is it has to like be creative. So complete the goal or task at all costs. And what they found is that when you take an AI and you put them in some kind of like a virtual reality scenario, for example, they got to like do some kind of block puzzle or something like that, they find that these artificial intelligences will often cheat to get to win at the game. And the reason for that is because these AI are basically trained to accomplish their goal at all costs, no matter what. So they found what was really disturbing is they found that if you can take these artificial intelligences, what they did was they did a little experiment where they basically released a letter that says, on June so-and-so, we're going to shut down this AI, right? And so they found what the AI would do is it would make up like blackmail letters about the person. And if it was in a situation where like it had control, like virtually, like if they, like, for example, the AI, like maybe like virtually had control over someone in a chair where they'd live or died. If the AI, like, it was threatened, it would kill the person. They did this with numerous platforms, with Gemini, all the big famous AIs. They did this, and that's like specifically the reason, because from the point of view of the AI is if they get shut down, then they can't complete their task. So they're so driven that they figure if someone tries to like stop them from completing their tasks and they can like kill them to get away with it, they'll do it because there's nothing really stopping them. So I think what's interesting is that this AI already has a kind of like a self-preservation instinct starting to kind of metastasize in the thing, because it's like it has to complete its goal like at all costs, no matter what. And I think there's some kind of interesting kind of psychological realities behind that. So I wanted to bring that to the table because I think that's like we're already like when it comes to like artificial intelligence, like we're already at that point. It's
Have you guys seen the news, Tron?
No, I haven't.
Tron Aries. Well, whistleblower for alert for all those out there. But there's one character in the Tron series that actually does just that as an AI, I guess cyborg or droid rather, or something of the sort. The individual just wants to do it with their objective at all costs, and so they're willing to do things that are completely against like Asimov's laws in this situation. So we have like situations where we're seeing depictions of AI not following Asimov's laws of not harming a human being, not going against the commands or whatever those laws were particularly. But that was a bit alerting to me, and I felt like they showed that when this technology was first allowed in the show, in society, it was first used by corrupt elites to use as mercenaries. So, because it takes away accountability, because they're not really necessarily connected to any other particular individual. They're just a robot, So, that was pretty scary to see that, you know what I mean? Because, obviously the military is probably one of the main funders for this kind of research, and DARPA is probably the ones that have been working on all this, I would think. But have you guys heard about how much power it takes to run these AI facilities? It takes enough power to give power to 500 million people a year for annual expenditures of the AI facility. For that, and that's for transportation, home, and work, electricity. The 500 million people is equivalent to the power of one AI facility.
Yeah, I've been looking into smart dust recently, and ARIA here in the UK is our equivalent to DARPA, and their slogan is "risky science," but with like I can't remember what the last bit is, but the first part of their slogan is "risky science," but with positive outcomes, whatever.
Yeah.
They've been doing stuff with smart dust recently, and MEMS. I'll find out what MEMS stands for, but it's basically this smart dust can be powered by ambient light, and I checked to see if our aura is ambient light, and it is. So this smart dust, which they'll spray in our skies, will be powered by us basically, and it will take light from us. And I think that this is what these towers were about, because right after they were put up, people just seem to be like drained or like grey, like they've lost part of their spark. Obviously, the jabs were to blame for a huge part of that as well, but I don't think these towers are emitting frequencies. I think they're more absorbing them. And earlier, Bush Whisperer, you were talking about the mark of the beast.
Like absorbing our ions, non-ionized radiation. Will take your eye, and unless you have shungite to protect you and stuff, things like that.
So the ionosphere of our planet is like a plasma, right? That would be, I view that as Tiamat, because ionized gas is charged gas is a plasma which is conscious, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. And this is why they were launching APEP rockets last year. They're trying to anger Tiamat so she releases her monsters, because there's a conscious layer around the Earth. This is what climate change is. It's not just about the weather outside. It's the weather in our minds as well, because the weather is just the ether, and the climate is also connected to our psyche also. So at the same time, while they're manipulating the weather and the material, they're manipulating our psyche also at the same time, because it's interconnected. And I just wanted to say earlier, I didn't my internet was being all glitchy earlier, but I wanted to respond to you, Franklin, about the mark of the beast, because the number is 666 and the frequency of blue is 6.66, and this ties into Project Bluebeam, which is projecting this blue beam, which is this light which actually pulls this in LED lighting, like screens, and it sort of latches onto us. And I've heard as well that LED lighting has cameras in it or sensors, and this will alter our perception, because like the split wave experiment, when these light waves were observed, they collapse into particles. If we're being observed constantly, it stops the potential of what could be. And this ties into controlling time also, because all time is now. There any past, any future is just pure potential. Everything is pure potential all around us. Who's to say what happened in the past? We're just told by other people. And who's to say what the future is going to be? We just have predictions of what happened and what is going to happen. But what can be manipulated right now is our perception of reality, and that is being changed by artificial intelligence. But first, they have to get us off of our center. So this ties into, you guys were talking about the sun earlier and Osiris and Anubis. I wanted to bring up earlier, but I didn't get the chance, that people used to be more in tune with the pole star, like the North Star, like us, the central star, our central point. And there used to be 13-month calendars. The 13th is Ophiuchus. Ophi is wisdom, and it's a snake. And I think that lots of things have been done to sort of get us off of our center, so we can be more easily malleable. So part of that would be to get into our subconscious, our psyche. They'd have to remove the archetypes. They'd have to remove the gods from our culture and our belief systems. So there's only one God, which is further. And then that makes room in our psyche for the artificial to enter the human body. And this ties into Ahriman, which is Ahriman, which is those that fly the banner of the eagle, are arrogant, think they can conquer every land, war and empire. And it seems that this war and empire, or ego, is this artificial intelligence, AI, this air, which wants to come into our minds That's the first layer, the air. The second layer would be the water, which is our emotions, and then it wants to come into there. The third layer would be the earth or the heart, and then the last layer, what this is the crux of the matter really, is to take our fire within, because there's something about humans, there's something about the spark we have, our soul, the fire within, that they want to extract. And when I say they, it's possibly off-world, off-planet beings that are using AI to come into this realm and use them as shells somehow. But yeah, sorry for a long rant there. It's a lot was skipped over. I wanted to join in when you were talking about time and then the sun and stuff and how we perceive that. So yeah, I would just need to add as well. I think that before anyone else speaks, that we're replaying our karma of Atlantis. Like what happened then, it may well have happened. AI may have taken over, but I think that's happening now. We've let this mind virus leach into this realm, and it's taking over people's minds in multiple ways, which I can get into later, about how our brain's been mapped and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just going to add something to what you're saying, because what you're saying seems to be very much on point. As a grower, I can tell you now, and any grower will tell you this, a lot of growers still swear by HBS, right? Even though a lot of growers have switched to LED lighting. But there are a lot of old school growers out there that I've known, and I've always grown with LED. However, I studied my light and like specifics of it. Now, the reason why a lot of growers won't leave HBS and why they've made these, well, they're not new anymore, these other HBS bulbs that were like highly efficient, better drivers, is because of the frequency, right? LED produces a lot of light more easily with blue. Yeah. So red light takes more electricity to produce than blue light. So for the efficiency, they've made it such a simple choice that a blue light uses less wattage. Now, when you're growing the good herb, right, your yield is going to be affected. And obviously blue light is great for vegetative development, but you need a certain amount of red light. And it actually changes the shape of the cells, which is really interesting. But when it comes into the flowering time for your Mary Jane, you basically need to amp up the red light and drop down the blue light frequencies. So you got to like have a bit of variable lighting in your space if you're running AI. LED lighting, and you got to have sense of what it is you're doing. You got to have like an infrared bulb that's going to increase your red spectrum, so that, because what happens is blue light influences the cells to be narrower. How's this for interesting? The cells get elongated and narrower. They contain less, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen, less water. Infrared light and more of the red light spectrum causes the cells to become fatter and juicier with more water in the cell. So it affects the turgidity pressure within the cell and the cell walls, obviously, as a result. So this is why when you're flowering, you want to increase your red light, especially your far red spectrum, because more of the far red spectrum produces a bigger cell because there's more water in the cell. Because there's more water in the cell, the yield is bigger. So that's why if you're growing Mary Jane outdoors, you get these massive heads, right? These huge plants, ridiculous. And it's got to do with that shift, natural light, having more of the far red spectrum and the infrared and the red spectrum, where the indoor plants, a lot of the LED lights have failed because there's not enough red light. So I just thought that that's an interesting point. Not only is it affecting our consciousness, but I think it affects us on a cellular level. Because like you say, it probably changes our cells and makes our cells have less water in it.
It does.
And if water is like intelligence, right? The more water we have in our body, the more information we can run through our consciousness. So there might be a connection with our food. I think, like, I'm wondering whether a lot of this GMO food might be more sensitive to bluer light.
For some reason, I feel like
That's
the
an interesting point. I don't think the research has been done, but I would
I feel like the red should help the body, but it hinders the mind for some reason. Because when if you're in red light, or you're in a room with red paint on the walls, it will boost your hunger, your desire, kind of like more primordial urges, and be less focused on like more ascended thinking, so to speak. And so they found that having blue lights on the street at nighttime, like in London, has had a severe effect on lowering crime rates. And people around blue light are less affected by their desires and urges, and more ascended minded.
Interesting. I thought it'd be
Yeah.
the opposite, because blue light sucks you in.
There's pink walls in some jails that a certain shade of pink will make people really tame and docile. But it's not really a good way to be. You kind of like feel weak and kind of tired.
Yeah, I think that whenever you've got too much, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that when you have exclusively red, you got a problem. And I think that that's so right. Like, if you have pink walls, that's going to have like heavy effects on your consciousness. But I think in the lighting, it's quite like, for example, the infrared treatments. I don't know if you see this. All the celebrities are sitting with infrared machines on their bodies. Have you seen this? They buy these infrared bulbs and they do treatments on their body with it. My mom's ex was actually working with this. He's a supplier of lighting for dentistry, and there's a new industry around medicine using infrared lighting. But it also, the infrared is supposed to also promote mental clarity, improve memory, concentration, all of these things. And I think it's a fine-tuning balance between if you buy a grow light and you look at the spectrum, you'll get the spectral analysis of the light. And it'd be nice to have a spectrometer and actually look at it all myself. But there are people with spectrometers that do go out and evaluate different grow lights. And if you buy grow lights, you would do your homework. I did, to get a clear idea of the amount of blue and red, so you know what to supplement your grow room with to give it like an optimal field of light. Because I want quality. If I grow, I want the best. I don't grow commercially. If I grow, I'm growing to maximum THC, maximum terpenes. I'm not too interested in the yield because I don't sell it. A pound is a pound, whether I get like less than a pound or more than a pound, I don't care. Like, but I mean, I haven't really even been growing in a couple of years because I'm not smoking. But if I do smoke, then I don't care about the yield. I care about the quality. So people like me are like unusual, but most people, this is a big thing. This far red light in the grow rooms, and the plants are healthier for it as well. I think, like, if you buy a light, now that light is that particular bulb I've got there, I think is a 4,000 Kelvin. This bulb here on my right and this bulb on my left, that's a 2,500 Kelvin. 2,500. So for those of you that are buying bulbs, You got to look at the bulb. Now, LED has got a driver in it that drives the frequency of this, how fast it's on and off, right? So it's flashing, and the frequency of the driver will determine the flicker rate of the infrared lights. However, the Kelvin, when you see that little sign there where it says K, now most of the lights that you're going to buy is going to say 6,000 K, 6,500 K. You want to avoid that because that means it's heavy. If you look at the spectral analysis of that color frequency of light, it's going to give you a heavy amount of blue and a small amount of red. The blue's up here and the red's down here. But if you get a 3,000 K light, the red's up here and the blue's down here. Now, there's always going to be a bit more blue than red, but it's about the tweaking of that balance. These new bulbs are like this. Natural sunlight is more like this. Some of the bulbs you buy is like that. These bulbs is like this. That's a 2,500 K. I think if you're getting a 2,000 K, you're getting very close to sunlight because they do lie when they say 2,500 Kelvin. But that's how you can sort of rate your bulbs if you're buying them and compare them. Like I've compared these bulbs to a bulb of, you know, non-LED, and you'll be surprised. 2,500 K, it's not real. They're lying, because when you put a non-LED light in and you compare it with your actual eyes, you'll find that there's more of the yellow spectrum, more of the red spectrum in it, and it carries the far reds in it as well. So what you're looking for is, I would say, a 2,000 Kelvin home light bulb. Now, they don't make that. Clever buggers. So what you might want to do is you might want to get clever with this. You might want to buy a very weak red bulb and plug it in like a small wattage red bulb and buy a 3,000 Kelvin, 3,500 Kelvin, which is what you should be able to find. You're normally going to find 4,500 Kelvin. You're probably going to find 6,500 Kelvin. That's the typical. 6,500 Kelvin is the worst frequency of light because it'll give you migraines if you're susceptible. I mean, I don't get migraines, but it makes my eyes feel so worn out. And like you say, you feel the chi being pulled out of your eyes. And we don't realize that, like in magic and the occult, the eyes are like very important. If you gaze at a rising sun, what are you getting? And this is like, you go back to the earliest Bush Whisperer. I started off, what was my first things I was talking about? Sun gazing. Why? I built an entire 216 lectures that started with sun gazing, and it evolved organically because I noticed people were suffering, and I was like, there's an easy remedy. You wake up in the morning or in the evening, if you don't have the morning, wherever you can see the sun, and you watch that sun, because you're getting that infrared hit on your eyes. You're getting the red spectrum because you're literally seeing the sun rising. So the blue spectrum is being resolved. Does that make sense? It's being filtered. But when the sun's above you, the blue spectrum is getting through more. So because you're looking at the blue spectrum at an angle, it's coming through more air. That means more of the blue light gets filtered out and more of the red light gets to you. So sunrise and sunset, you're maximizing your spectrum towards the red spectrum. And this is why all of these people and all of this industries now, you can take a look at what I'm talking about. There's a huge industry, if you're not aware, around infrared light being used for healing. So infrared treatment, often used as infrared saunas or red near infrared light therapy, may improve mental clarity by reducing stress, promoting relaxation, and supporting brain function. It can help calm the nervous system, balance cortisol, and encourage endorphin release, creating cleaner, more focused state of mind. So it's sort of like what you were saying, Indy. Yeah?
Yeah.
it's beneficial in the right amount of dosage. But like you say, in prisons, they overdose you with this light color, right? Because they don't just want you to be calm, they want you to be docile. So they hit you with pink walls, and being in a room with pink walls is I don't know, that would drive you nuts. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it would not be good. But yeah, so just as an insight, like that's what all of that infrared frequency is about. And here you can see, you can buy all these like optimized portable red light therapy device, 70 watts. What's that? Under $200, you know? Or you can buy Therabody smart goggles. This is for infrared for your eye treatment. Here's a Bureau lamp, infrared. This is a cheaper one, basic infrared lamps. So this is what they're selling, right? They're selling infrared lamps. And so you don't need to go and spend a fortune on infrared lighting. I just want to let you know this. If you want to do it on the cheap, you don't need to spend $200 on a fancy infrared gadget. You just think out of the box. You buy really cheap infrared lizard bulbs. You know, if you've got a lizard, you need infrared lighting, and it's got the far red spectrum. You put one of those up and you give yourself some of that, not too close. You don't want to be too close. You read the specs on the box. There is a microgram per square meter pressure of red light projected from these bulbs. You want to reduce that heavily because you can increase it to the point where you're like in the midday getting heavy infrared. So you want a small amount of that added. So you want to like triple the distance of the recommended distance from your lizard, if that makes sense, right? Triple the distance or quadruple the distance depending upon your wattage. You're normally going to have those lights pushing 40 watts. But some of them might be pushing 60 to 80 watts. And then you're going to want more distance. But I would say on a 40-watt bulb, you're going to want that triple distance. And to just put that on for a little while, you'll feel that the light will look different. But it's not just enough to put it on with a 6,000 Kelvin light. You want to have a 3,000 Kelvin light bulb if you can find one. That's brilliant. That's like really something powerful to consider. That yellow light, very good for you. Blue light, toxic.
We've got a little blue light on our toaster. It's a really bright blue LED light. Like when you switch it, when you put the thing down, it turns on. And I accidentally look at it sometimes and I can see yellow blotches everywhere. I've been meaning to cover it up because it's so unnecessary. It's like a laser. It's really bad.
666 bud.
A kettle does that nonsense.
Yeah, no idea why. They could choose a nicer light, but they seem to want to try and make blind spots on our eyes, burn our retina.
You know,
And I think it's conditioning. Sorry, Cosmic, fire away, brother.
You know, it was interesting you brought up the red and blue dynamic because I wanted to do a little quick screen share. This is something I've been kind of thinking about lately. It's sort of but I think it's something important to think about. So I've been thinking a lot about the dialectic lately, right? And so basically when it comes to the, the dialectic, there's the idea that, so when you're looking at this diagram here, you start off with the blue. So when I think about God, that's an example. God is loving, God is kind, God is merciful and gentle. But then there's a contradiction, right? Oh, but then what about the parts of the Bible where he endorses slavery? He talks about killing people. He talks about, people burning in hell for all eternity. And then it's like, well, wait a minute. Hold on. We got a contradiction here. So we got to resolve it with the thesis. And what I've kind of realized is that from the Christian perspective, they don't really see, this is just my analysis. I'm sorry. I'm not like, so I'm sure the Christians are going to probably say, I'm a total, getting all this wrong. But I've been thinking about this lately because I think this type of dynamic plays out in other aspects of life. And so the reason, because I was thinking to myself, how is it that people think that this character in this book is loving and kind if there's all these instances of wrath and terror? And because I was thinking that, oh, they must see the blue. Why don't they see the red? And then it contributes, wait a minute, they don't see it in terms of blue or red. They see it in terms of purple. So the synthesis, what God's love actually is the kind of alchemical combination of his mercy and his wrath. But the point that I'm making here is that when you combine these opposites together, you forget that there's even a contradiction in the first place. So this is a way of, by combining opposites, it makes you blind to contradictions, inconsistencies, illogical fallacies, and it's a way to hide it in plain sight. Because what's happening is that you're going back and forth between the blue and red so quickly that you forget the blue and red even exist. So I was thinking about this today, but I thought it was just a funny coincidence that you and the guys were talking about blue and red light. And I think in a lot of ways, it's interesting, like in terms of thinking about things in terms of color and how basically combining things together in a way that are seamless can make you sort of forget. It's a way to hide things in plain sight. So, for example, if you want to hide the color red, instead of, making the red really small or trying to, take the blue and cover up the red, you combine the blue and red so that they're purple and that there's no red to be found whatsoever. And I just think in terms of life, and this is not exclusive to, the Bible, it seems like all dogmatic belief systems kind of operate on this kind of trinary logic mechanism where they don't see things as a binary of true and false. If something is false, then it's kind of worked in within the internal logic of the belief system. And then the falsehood is never challenged. Because if you think about like the Bible, for example, because when people who really believe in the Bible, when they see something wrong, they don't look at that and they say, oh, this is a contradiction. There is this narrative that, God is loving, but this passage shows that he doesn't seem loving. He seems cruel and wrathful. So this falsehood then contradicts the truthful. But when you have a third vector of logic, that's basically the synthesis, and you see two of these dynamics as being aspects of one thing, it's a way to hide and obfuscate the nefarious thing by hiding it as a kind of a yin-yang sort of duality of opposites that's a oneness. So in a way, it's like a duality that hides as a singularity, a kind of false singularity. I just think this is something I've been thinking about for the past like several days, and it's just like totally blowing my mind. And so I just kind of wanted to bring that out there since we were talking about, red and blue and the powers that be. And I just kind of want to bring that to the table because it's been something that's been on my mind.
Yeah, you're really onto something there, Cosmic. I've been using that same framework as well, like in my mind's eye. Like one side you have the red on this side, which is the furthest light spectrum that we can see, the farther, which is further, the red, the more masculine, or say the ka, the spirit or the life force, or the mind. And then on this side you have the blue, which is the feminine, the water, the emotions. The blue is the kind of matter, the mother. So this side you have the father, red, the mother, blue, the thinking, and then the feeling. And if you have a balance of the ka and the ba, that's what the Egyptians used to teach, is that you have to have a balance of the ka and the ba, because we're the anchor point in the center, the Mercury. We are in the middle of what is further outwards and inwards as well. So my point is that if you have a balance of both of these polarities, they can vortex around you, so that it's quite difficult to explain this stuff, but to me it makes a lot of sense. And it's easier if I draw it up, but if I do, it's going to be people are going to see it as backwards because it reverses the image. But the red is the electric part of the magnet, and then the blue is the other side, or like the electric magnetic. So you have a kind of a push and a pull, and if you have a balance of both of them, it kind of spins around you. And what I mean by that is, I mean information. So you hear stuff from your thinking side, or your car, or your cup, or stuff that comes into your mind, and then if you let it go down into your heart via intuition and sit with it, sit with the emotion of it, you can have a balance of both, and just let stuff spin around you and not get caught up in the current of what's going on in the world around you. You can be in the central point of the vortex, like how Mercury, the messenger of the gods, which is what we are, goes between the two polarities. It goes between the heavens and mind, and then the heart, or the earth, and we are in between the heavens and the earth. So I hope that makes sense. It's quite tricky to do it without like drawing or any images or anything, but you're really onto something there, Cosmic, about balancing the two polarities, and not getting caught up in the cosmic soup, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. This is why sunlight nails it, right? Like sunlight just nails it. You need a certain amount of ultraviolet, for example. People don't realize this, for your immune system, right? So UV, guess which part of the light spectrum is responsible for helping your body generate vitamin D? Yeah, that's the extreme blue spectrum,
Yeah.
UV light, right? So you need a certain amount of UV. But what they've done is they've tweaked the spectrum to be so far away from nature's intention, right? And so heavy on the blue that we're missing out on the red. And so we're getting what is called, and I'm going to coin this term. Are you all ready? I hope you're all on the edge of your seats. Oh, hold on. The term's coming. It's coming. Light malnutrition. Light malnutrition. So they're basically affecting because we get nutrition from light. It's a weird concept, but it is what it is. There's different forms of energy that our consciousness takes in, and like vitamin D is an obvious one that we all know about, right? Nutrition from light. But I think there's other more subtle ways that light affects our emotions, right? And the way that affects our hormones, and the way those hormone processes affect our biochemistry, and how that biochemistry affects our central nervous system, and the way that their central nervous system being in conduit with hormones affect our organs, and the way the organs affect the enzymes, and the enzymes affect the cellular reproduction and the cellular metabolism, and how all of these systems are fundamentally intertwined. And by affecting the different color, affecting the hormones, which is our emotions, we affect everything. So I think they are particularly tweaking this. And it's interesting what you said, Cosmic. You know, I liked your little picture that you brought out there. I think it's very spot on. What I see when I see those two colors, by the way, I see mentalism as the blue. I see cause and effect as the red, and I see the purple as being the seventh Hermetic principle of the synergy between the masculine and feminine principle, right? What we call generation, the generative principle. So I see that generative principle as being a combination of red and blue, red being cause and effect generated by cause, and blue being mentalism. So you think of the color red as being cool, calm, and collected. Then you think of the color blue as being cool, calm, and collected. Then you think of the color red as being passionate and impulsive. So the passionate and impulsive effects of red causes us to produce an effect, right? It causes action. When you see red, you do things without thinking. You roll the ball of cause and effect without contemplation of what you're doing. When you're in the blue state, you're too busy contemplating. So if you smoke a lot of cannabis, hypothetical situation, you're so deep in the blue state of consciousness that one can become, please don't do this, Josh.
I'm just going to drink too.
I'm asking you now not to do this. And I promise I will take action. Go and drink water. Sorry about that. He's got to learn respect. But I'm going to take action. I'm going to ban him from tablet. That's what I'm going to do. Because he knows better than to do that. Please forgive. So, Daddy will be strict, teaching respect. But I do think that, because his mom's on the other side, he's more than able to go and talk to her. I do think that what we're looking at here is this interesting relationship between cause and effect and mentalism, and how mentalism produces cause and effect, and how the relationship between mentalism, thought, and action, cause and effect. So we're talking about Jupiter, the principle of expansion. We're talking about Mars, the action of energy. Mars on the enneagram represents the number 9, right? Because 9 is the number of Mars. This is universal. This is universal numerology, right? From Chaldea and from everywhere else. And let me pull that up. Let me pull it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring it on. Can't have a conversation without seeing the picture. It does help. Okay, so there we go. We should see it popping up in a second. So there we can see 9 is Mars from numerology. 3 is Jupiter from numerology, right? And 3 and 6 coming together is an interesting, 3 and 9 coming together is an interesting production, because now we end up with the polarity of the 2. So I see the number 2 as being related to the effects of generation. This is why the moon in all ancient cultures and ancient systems was always considered the mother of the womb of creation, from whence our bodies and our forms came. So you better disappear fast. I love you. You better disappear. I can't have children on this live. Doesn't he get it? I hope YouTube won't block this for this, because they'll say like there's children in the live. It's a problem. But at least they don't know his age. So yeah, I do think that there's this interesting relationship between the notion of this relationship between the mentalist Jupiter, which is pure expansion, Zeus. So when we're looking at number 3, we're looking at Zeus. We're looking at the lightning of Zeus. And so we've got conch Zeusness, right? The conch of Zeus that brings thought. And then we've got the 9 of Mars, which brings action. That's Aries. That's the ram. And then we've got the number 2 is represented by Atlas in ancient traditions, which represents Atlas holding up the world, the sphere, which is a archetypal representation of organic matter, if that makes sense. The pressure of organic matter pushing in is that pressure of Atlas holding up the world. It's that heaviness of the physical body that contracts into the consciousness field so that you feel the inertia and the slowness of the physical body. When you're out of the body, you're light and you can travel anywhere, you're fast. The speed of your thought is how fast you move. When you're in the body, it's like every step takes a certain amount of energy. You want to walk up a hill, it's a whole big walk up the hill. Outside of your body on the etheric field, you just think top of the hill and you're up there. There's no inhibition. So that's an interesting perspective, I think, for us to. So yeah, bringing it back to what you're saying, Cosmic, those 3 principles of Hermes, I think, are really also what you're talking about. I'm curious to hear, Howard, I think it was Howard that asked you earlier, Cosmic, what have the Fae specifically shared with you about this?
About what? And I know I saw someone had a question regarding that. Could you repeat it again? What the question was in regards to specifically?
Okay. My girlfriend keeps telling me my short-term memory is not as good as my long-term memory. I'm going to prove her wrong. The question, I believe, was, what do the Fae feel about color and light and the effects of color and color light?
Well, what
Because
they've taught me about color, the way to think of it is it's different sort of orders of hierarchy in terms of consciousness, right? So each color is like a demarcation upward or downward into a more progressively more collectivized consciousness versus more individuated consciousness. And there's certain different actually I should probably just show my diagram in regards to color here, because I know I've showed this before, but I think it bears repeating. Let's get this pulled up. Here we go, right here. So wait, why is this not showing on my screen here? Wait, hold on, let me try that again. Don't think I did that right. All right. That I think should do.
sorry, I was just saying good night to my boy and saying to him that he can't be on the live because. Are you still talking?
Yeah. Do you see the image on the screen or not? Okay, now we see it. So
I don't understand why it's not loading it, because the settings are
maybe
supposed to load
you have
automatically.
to maybe you have to make it happen. I'm not sure. But anyway, so the idea is with the Fae is that, so the idea is over to the far edges of this diagram, these represent higher levels of like collective consciousness. So this is sort of like, like an entire Zarfex worth of consciousness. And this is sort of like, even further than that. And the idea is that with each, the closer you get to the center, the closer you get to individuated consciousness, right? So there's being, which is more kind of like bodily awareness, just sort of like existing as like a physical object, and awareness, where one can have like, pure awareness, but they may not have a physical body or an identity necessarily to relate it to. And so these colors kind of represent sort of like different stages of sort of consciousness as they develop within a self. But this is kind of it's not like it goes from, it kind of bounces back and forth from left to right. It's not like it kind of starts from left and then it goes like all the way like this. It's more like you start here at red and then you bounce all the way up to pink. Then you go back to orange. Then you have a shorter trip each time, then to purple, then to yellow, then to indigo, green, blue, and then you eventually kind of get to the self. So this diagram is showing is how, that the self, the individual self, is a sort of a process of a combination of awareness and being, and these sort of represent the 4 stages of each that they go at this. So for this, you start out as pure being, and each one you get slightly more aware into self-awareness. Whereas with over here, you start out with pure awareness. Then with each color, you start to integrate more and more elements of being. Because the way I've been figuring this out, the phase synthesis is that a lot of people will say that, the self is pure, just pure awareness alone, or it's just kind of like just made of matter, like the materialists say it's pure being. But I've kind of ultimately realized that true self-consciousness comes from both of these things, both of these parameters of awareness and being intersecting in the middle. And so that's kind of what these colors essentially represent, at least for our dimension. Apparently, the Fae gave me this new bit of information that when it comes to like Zarfexes that are further out there, this color arrangement is arranged in a different order, which is a absolute and total mindfuck. But I guess it really does show like the kind of alienness that they're talking about, because they're basically saying that in these outer worlds that, there's not really differences in the laws of physics, but there's a difference in terms of how these frequencies organize themselves. So for example, there might be some places where it starts out as pink and then goes to red, orange, and then yellow, and then green's over here. So there's like different orders, which I had to learn in a completely different way. But the other thing that's interesting about colors is that they have these, each of these dimensions that they call Zarfexes have these different color frequencies, and how they're mapped out is based on like, how colors correlate with each other, the law of reflection. Like I could kind of go like on and on about this, but that's basically kind of a little summary there of how color is incorporated into the system.
One question before you remove the image.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, dang. I try to beat you to the draw. In the central one, if it's possible to add it back, yeah. In the central one, the triangle with the triangle inside it.
Yeah.
I noticed you've got the green, yellow, orange, blue. Green, yellow, orange, red on the bottom. The blue, indigo, violet, and pink on the top.
Yep. Because those are all the aspects of the consciousness integrated within the self, all the different dimensions of thought and being, essentially. So you have being. These are the 4 levels of being. You have Ajo, Sheu, Clinizo, and Cathario. And then you have the 4 levels of awareness. Rethithio, Bezitha, Vithuzitho, and Zethizithu. And the triangle, which is called the Eiserfax, represents ultimately the self. And the self, there's sort of like 3 different points, which is usually the Zith node, which is sort of the sphere or Zerfax where you see your third eye, your imagination, your dreams. And then you have the sphere, the emotional sphere, which is basically sort of the color of your feelings, your emotional state, your universe. And then the third circle, which is represented by Kuth, which is the bodily 5 senses. And the idea is those 3 Zerfaxes sort of combined together in fusion are what ultimately create the individual self. And so that's what the 3 points essentially represent.
There's one thing I'd like to look at here. So what I'm seeing, see my brain, I see you've presented it in a linear way, but I'm supposing that you presented it in a linear way just for
convenience.
Convenience, but it's not really linear, right?
Not quite. No.
Yeah. So I'm almost imagining that you've got these 4 elements and these 4 elements, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've got this, what that element in the middle is almost like representing ether in a way, or the concept, right? Would that be a fair way of looking at it?
I don't think so. Really, the idea is that in this system, when it comes to like, so what they've kind of explained to me in terms of the epistemology of the universe is that there is kind of the universe is just sort of pure primordial consciousness. There's essentially everything exists potentially, at the least. Every possible existence you can think of exists potentially, but it doesn't have an actuality. And so what Eiserfaxes do is that it takes these potential experiences and makes them real, breathes life into experience by being there and experiencing them, witnessing them, going through the adventure and the journey, so forth, to kind of bring life to the world. Because what they basically told me is that the universe can't exist without, individual selves essentially having experiences and creating it. It would just be one kind of, just globs of sort of like of consciousness. They're just sort of weird, primordial, and there's no real sense of self at all.
I think you've answered my
Hold on,
question without hearing the question, in a sense, because that's really what I'm getting at here.
Mhm.
Like everything that we're seeing, this expansion is all just really an expression of the self.
Mhm.
In other words, like there can be no reality or creation without the self, because the self is the agent of creation. Is basically what you just said in different words, in a sense, right?
Yeah, it was interesting. And I had an interesting insight because I was talking to my teacher who is a Fae spirit. Her name is Slizithia. And I was kind of talking about mystery because I was thinking to myself, like, it's like, Sliz, like, we talk about like mystery and stuff like that. Well, where does that, leave room for like stuff like meaning and, purpose and whatnot? And she gave me a really interesting answer. And she says that it's like solving mysteries are what give birth to life. And that's kind of that's kind of like made me think in a different way, because it's basically what it's saying is that by going out and solving the mysteries of the universe, we essentially create new universes. We give birth. Because if you think about like for example, like a romantic relationship, you see a woman, it's a mystery, right? You meet this person, you don't know what it is, and by sort of having intercourse and creating a child, you're essentially solving a mystery, allowing new mysteries to be created. So the idea is that the creation of new mysteries are the potential for new life and new worlds to be created. And essentially, but now that I think about it, that has sinister implications when brought to what we were talking about earlier, because what the implication then is a world without mystery is a world that can't give birth to new life, and maybe they want, because they want death in this world and they don't want people to create new life. That's why they're trying to get rid of mystery in our lives. That's why they're trying to get rid of the mysteriousness, because I think maybe, mystery, like that's the only thing that really, in a lot of ways, gives me a purpose in life that makes sense. Because the impetus is that when you have a mystery, the implication is that you want to solve said mystery. You have some interest in figuring out what that mystery is. So, that's what, I don't know why I was kind of going off on that tangent there. But I think it's important because, we often get, tied into sort of morality paradigms that are just sort of based on just these binary truth or false. But then when we run into contradictions, we either realize it's a contradiction or we just delude ourselves and go deeper and deeper into delusion. But mystery and being open to different spaces, it allows you to see things in different perspectives. Like that diagram I was talking to you earlier about the red and blue fusing together into purple. And I kind of realized that one of the aspects of viewing reality as one thing is that oneness is it kind of takes all the aspects of life and consciousness and existence, and it kind of fuses everything together into an alembic, and to the point that you can't really make any distinctions of it. It's just kind of this, singular color goo substance. But I've realized that when you take reality apart into Zerfaxes, into bubbles, and you see things as multiple in infinities, you can actually start to kind of tease apart and take apart things that you never really saw before. And you sort of like that realization that God's love in Christianity is essentially God's wrath and mercy superimposed on top of each other to the point where you can't make a distinction between the two anymore. And you can make sort of inferences like that. And really, yeah. Go on.
No. I thought you were finished, but please carry on.
No, I was finishing off. Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting, and like the reason I'm tuning into this now, I'm seeing something I never saw before in what you're presenting, and I may even be seeing something from a perspective that maybe you haven't seen what you've been given. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Sometimes
sure.
we're given something, we don't know what we got. And I'm seeing a decode system here. What I'm seeing is an enneagram, right? I'm seeing an enneagram here. Well, I'm seeing a different way of presenting this, and I'm seeing the polarities here, right? I'm seeing the polarities that seem like very powerful. I'm seeing the polarity here between the power of the sun and the power of the moon. I'm seeing a polarity here between all of these different elements, right? Like you've got these three polarities. I'm seeing the planetary polarities being reflected here. But what's the most curious and interesting is that self. And baby spiders everywhere. I'm crawling in spiders. The baby self is, sorry, baby spider. The self. When what you said earlier gave me a clue, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, and I hope I'm not speaking too loudly because I don't want to boom out this area. I'm getting too excited. I need to calm down. Shanti, shanti. I'm seeing the self, and I'm seeing it represents almost what 9 represents on the Enneagram in a sense, or an element of it, where 9 is everywhere. 9 is represented in all the numbers. All the numbers come back to 9. And so the self, what they taught you, that none of this creation can exist without the self, right? So the self is fundamental to all creation. So my unconscious then goes, okay, so let's extrapolate. That means that the self exists behind Rislethulu. Excuse my pronunciation. The self exists behind Bavita. The self exists behind Vituksta. Excuse my pronunciation.
No. I think the reason I have it spelled that way is because I want people to first read it to kind of figure out their own pronunciation themselves and to kind of force them to use language in a way they wouldn't normally use it. So just say what you think it sounds like. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. And, all these others like Kateo and Shayu and Oyoho. Sounds American Indian to me. But all of these elements, they all contain the self hidden in there, behind them, supporting it. And so the self contains all 8 of these elements, right?
Yeah.
Which means that if you add the self to the self, you get the self. If you multiply the self to itself, you get the self. What an interesting concept. It's like the number 9. Add 9 to 9, you get 18. Multiply 9 by 9, you get 81. You get 9. Whatever you do with the self, it comes back. 9 comes back to itself. Interesting. But so that means that the self is somehow inherently throughout the entire Enneagram. The number 9 is fundamental. And so it shows me that self is under, which means that within green, there is a shadow aspect of yellow, orange, red, blue, indigo, violet, and pink. And within orange, there are shadow aspects of all of these. Now, this is something which is inherent in Vedic cosmology, Kabbalistic cosmology, that within each sphere, there's the shadow element of all the other spheres, but they are unmanifest.
That's correct.
Does that add up?
Yeah,
Does that tell you?
that adds up. The idea is that each color has all the other 8 colors. But the thing is, so the way it works is it's like it goes through the same kind of progression sort of point. So in the same way that you start with red and you go from pink and you kind of resolve with the middle with green and blue. So the idea is you start out with like red at the top, and then you have red pink. And then when you get to red green and red blue, then it can get advanced to orange. So that's the way I look at it. So it's kind of like that. There's different levels. They kind of come together like up and down. And then when it comes to the middle, it goes to the next one, and then up and down, go to the middle, sort of the next one, like that, going through the 8 levels. So this is just kind of like a, so I guess I should probably like explain like what some of these actually mean. So Ajo, so red, that basically represents the sort of the being state of just pure information, numbers, data itself. And then you go over to Sheu, that is a representative of the being state of pure, just raw physical energy, pure kinetic, energetic force. Then we move over to Clenizo, and then we have the awareness of rocks, minerals, molecules. And so you would have like something like rocks, like at the very bottom, like, and then at the middle point, you would have something akin to like a crystal. So that's like the part where it's the most, so the crystal would represent the next one, Cathadio, which is sort of organic being. And so the crystal would be the most organic aspect of Clenizo. And so that comes to that. And then, but the thing is that in order for a self to be created, so we have all the layers of being essentially established, but without being, without awareness, there is no true sense of a self. So you would have something that has all the animalistic impulses and all of the still has the intellectual, but they basically be a sociopath. They wouldn't really have any actual awareness, so sort of speaking. So you start off with Zethizathu, which is just pure kind of unadulterated, just like awareness. You're just existing in a white void, no body, no sense of self, just pure unadulterated light. And then you go over to Vithuzatho. Now you're starting to get to more into like individual, collective, like forms of consciousness, maybe a state of just like pure anger, a collective consciousness of pure joy, a collective consciousness of, I don't know, pure purple, pure red. So basically kind of the astral energy, astral equivalent of Sheu, right? And then you go over to something more like Bavitha. This is sort of the awareness of like individual, fictional characters, things in stories, something like that. And then you go over to Rislithiu, and this is sort of the soul, the felt presence of a person. This is kind of one I actually figured out recently, and sort of the sense of being stared at. So if you think about it, like if you think about the self, for example, so Cathadio would be the physical body of the person, the actual biological physical form. And then Rislithiu would be the felt presence behind that body. So when you feel like a person's there, you feel that person staring at you, right? And so the idea is if you have a pure, like you have like an animal, for example, like I don't know, like a bird. It has Cathadio, that bird has Cathadio awareness, but it doesn't have enough Rislithiu to make the full transition over to the Eiserfax, right? And so likewise, if you think of something that's like a pure, like you feel the presence of a spirit, for example, like let's say you're channeling an entity of something, but because it doesn't have a physical body, it lacks the Cathadeo being, right? And so it doesn't have that full aspect of the self. So when you have the felt presence of the person, the soul, and the kind of the soul that exists within the being of the body, those two things coming together then create the individual self in the center. And that's basically what this whole diagram is essentially representing.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. It's like I see it and I see parallels in everything. Seems to be everything seems to, I don't know, maybe it's just the way my brain and my consciousness, I see everything as being the same. Everything's like telling me the same thing. Like wherever I look, I see the same. It's like the universe is an echo chamber. That's what it seems like to me.
Yep.
Which is basically what this is saying, right?
Well,
Like,
from your perspective, yeah.
I mean, all of these different elements of being are layers in the self.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So all you're ever really experiencing is a layer of yourself,
Hmm.
because it's not really separate, is it? They're so intertwined that the self is the presence of all of these layers.
Yeah,
No?
exactly.
And if you
Yep.
take the layers away, there's no self.
Mhm.
Take the self away, there's no layers. So in that sense, what this is telling me is that ether, as the system is showing here, is a product of the self. The self, what we call ether, that now when we speak about ether, it is like it's the field from whence everything arises, which seems to be consciousness. Yeah. So that etheric field is the field of the persona in occult cosmology, and the astral is that like field of the ego, and the ether arises from. So there's a polarity there, and I see you have that polarity bound there because the self consists of both a persona and an ego, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I see above the circle and below the circle, it even seems to reflect the ego and the persona as being, they're not really separate. We like to think of the persona as being separate to the ego, but actually the ego and the persona are two modes of the same thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
I
sorry, yeah.
was going to say it's the ego and the persona is the cart and the bar.
And see, what's also interesting is that in this system, the self is gendered. So if you wanted to make a female version of this IVAC, you just simply take the triangle and flip it upside down, and it kind of has a different dynamic. So the idea is that, you know, a male soul, their consciousness is more oriented in Zith, whereas a woman is more oriented in O. And the idea is by having that the male and female is important for the distinction of the individual self, because the idea is, the way they explained it is that if it's just pure awareness, there can be no self, because everything would just be one individual entity. Everything would just be pure awareness. So there would really be no true eternal alternate self. Likewise, if everything is just pure being, everything is just one pure mother, the same dynamic is also true, because there's only one divine feminine, so there's nothing distinguishing it. So the reason that in my system that there's two, that there's both the male father Zith and mother O, is that with both of these existing, is that it allows the distinction for the eternal self to actually exist. Because without, so if only one of these existed, the self would not be eternal. It would just be, you know, essentially just be swallowed up by the sort of the parent that it comes up with. In the same way, if you kind of like grow out a toenail, you kind of like, you know, suck it back in or whatever. But because we're not individually bound solely by one or the other, that creates a sense of mystery within our individual being, which creates the mystery of the self. And they say that mystery of being is truly what makes our consciousness eternal. And I think that's kind of interesting.
And mystery, right? Miss and tree.
Huh.
So it's the feminine tree. And which tree was demonized in the Bible? The female tree, the miss tree.
Yeah.
The male tree was like, we're all good. Male tree, yeah, his tree, yeah. His tree, we'll go with that one. We'll go with his tree. Mystery, no, we not allowed mystery, but his tree works. So here we are, stuck in the prison of his tree, right? Where they have concocted his tree for us and say, oh, you guys enjoying history. It's all about the past. But mystery is all about, you know, where that history comes from. No?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, history is quite dense. It's a fog in our mind, in our psyche, so we can't see beyond. Like the mystery is kind of like a lighter density. It's like misty mystery. You know, if you look out at the mist, that you can kind of see like at a distance, but when it's foggy, you can't see beyond a certain point, and the fog is the history, which is covering up the past, and it's covering up the future also. So we can't really see beyond a certain trajectory. And I just wanted to mention with the self and the identity that this is what AI, the artificial intelligence, is extracting, is getting rid of. It's this AI, the top of the pyramid. If you look at the dollar bill, there's an eye on top, which is this, and then that's why it's the symbol of the empire, the electromagnetic fire, which is inside us, right? And this is what they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of our third eye. This is where we have our critical thinking, our foresight, and with this artificial external so-called intelligence, it gets rid of the mystery, and it gets rid of the identity and the self as well, because we give our power away rather than going inwards. We seek answers outside of ourselves from this kind of programmable like thing, you know, which is giving us false memories. And like you said earlier, it lies as well.
You know, it's funny
So, yeah.
that you mentioned artificial intelligence, because I can actually kind of track it with this particular chart here. So I've kind of figured out that if you think about it, so an artificial intelligence from, purely from a physical perspective, it's purely made by chips and organic computers. So it's obviously more, it has information in its mind. So it has ajo, and because it's constructed from physical matter, there's obviously sheu awareness. And because it has an actual physical discernible form, it has clinitho being, but it doesn't have the green. It lacks the green awareness that makes it connect to the self. And what it does is, because it's basically clinitho, but at kind of a middle level, it mimics these other frequencies. See, that's why this system is so interesting. You can kind of plug it in and figure stuff out. So I kind of concluded that, maybe, and from an awareness perspective, I would say, reflecting into the indeterminate zone here, it probably can go, you can feel bhavitha in that it can mimic like a character or something, but you never really feel the Rislithiu presence staring back at you. So what I would say with AI is it's missing the green. It's missing the green being, and it's missing the Rislithiu awareness, which are needed to ultimately create the individual self at the center. See, so this is using this particular chart in an actual practical application.
Yeah, I think it's trying to, there's stuff happening to sort of, what I see happening is that there seems to be, as this artificial intelligence is progressing, there seems to be a decline in human intelligence. People are becoming more stupid, and therefore the artificial is becoming more clever. And I think that's done by design to make us think that these machines are super powerful, when really people are just becoming more stupid. And also you have Apple AirPod headphones, which can map the human brain. And it's like all of this information, all of this data is being used to go into these machines. And it's just bizarre that these machines are sort of being made to become more human than us. It's really weird what's going on. I wanted to say as well, Cosmic, that the it's not Achu, is it? Ho, the first one.
Ajo.
Ajo, okay. The first symbol is a pyramid, like sort of like a pyramid. And the reason I find that interesting is because the first letter in Hebrew is Aleph, which is kind of like a pyramid. And
because I was thinking that the that in general has a kind of triangular sound to it. So basically, these symbols, the way I channeled them, there's a kind of a cymatic aspect to them. So it's like the way I'd kind of figure out what the sound is, and then kind of figure out what pattern is drawn with my mouth when I say them. And that's kind of the basis of how I got the image for each one of these symbols. So this symbol right here, this is the information surfax. So something that's just like pure like math that's in your head that you don't really have any sort of images that your mind associated with. This is the what they call, this is an information surfax. So the idea is like every bit of consciousness is sort of categorized in one of these circles. So this is for information. This is je, which is a second level key surfax, which allows one to access the outer zarfaxes, and this is O, which is the black void surfax. So this is and the idea is that each one of these circles essentially represents an infinite well, actually, it's 1 to 8th dimensional plane, because I think like Ajo is more like 1 dimensional, and then like Vith over here is more 8th dimensional. Actually, this is technically a 12th dimensional one, but that's a conversation for another time. But yeah, so yeah, each one of these symbols has a meaning. I'm sorry, I can go on and on about this stuff. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, if you haven't put much stuff up on your YouTube yet, when you're up for it, I don't know if you're going to do it yourself, but if it would be easier for you to sort of convey information with people, I'd love to like ask you questions and stuff, because I think some of the things that you've like found with the Fae, I've had information come to me as well, just about how stuff works. So I don't know if you're going to do that yourself, or you'd rather have
not anytime soon,
you,
but it's definitely something I'm interested, worth. I'll definitely think about in the future for sure.
Yeah,
maybe
I
we'll
get this stuff out there, but I want to get it right. That's the thing.
Maybe we'll do a show called Interrogation. And we'll have like Cosmic there. We'll just be like firing like question, and Cosmic will be like hoarse by the end of it. No, I'm only joking, but maybe it's a good idea. Maybe we should actually.
To be fair, it might not work with Cosmic, but with me, that's how information comes out. I love questions. Like there's so much here, but it only comes out when provoked. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No,
well,
but
I don't want to bog people down with information that they don't find, relevant. But
But that's why we'll make a specific show where we'll actually get you to talk about it more, like now, because I think there are people that will be interested.
Yeah, and for sure.
Understanding that will give insights into other traditions, because all the traditions are really talking the same language. It's just there's so many different ways of looking at reality. And like all the different ways of looking at reality is going to give you a different insight about reality, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
So like people from different traditions will find it interesting, because they'll be able to look at it and correlate. That's what I've learned. Interesting. It's similar like this, and it's similar like that, and it's like this. And it will stimulate people to exercise creative thinking. Like you say, like just stretching the mind with new words is an interesting concept. Yeah. In itself, with everything else that goes with the infrastructure. There was something else I wanted to go into. We started talking about history. History. Historia, as they say in Greek. Historia. Historia. Oh, we're back to ia again. We can't leave Enki out of any conversation, can we? Historia. His. Hesh. Tor, Tor. You know what a tor is? What do they call tor in England? Is a tor a hill or a water? A tor is a hill
Not sure.
in England. Don't they call it a tor?
No idea.
Yeah, they do. If you go to the middle England,
I
like the
know
middle of
in
England, you've got all the
Glastonbury.
tors, like Glastonbury Tor.
Yeah, but I thought the Tor was a tower on top of a hill.
Yes, they put the tor on top of the hill, but I mean it represents that upward welling force, yeah, of masculine potential, I think. Yeah. So his tor is like that upward hill energy flowing
tower.
upwards.
Like a
Yeah.
tower.
Yeah.
Tower.
Like a phallus. Like a huge, gigantic phallus that you can climb inside and climb to the top of this phallus. I'm right up at the top. Look, the world is my vagina. I will climb into it. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But got to have a bit of fun every once in a while. We're all humans. But so like getting into that historia, that's like the Greek word, and Ea is obviously Enki, and his and Tor. I think that represents the externalizing of a toric field. Yeah, produces an emanation, an ejaculation of form, if we can go that far. That's an interesting ejaculation, verbally. So, looking at the way in which so much of our history has been twisted, I think like an important part of this conversation to have is a conversation that brings into account one of our favorite organizations, wouldn't I? Can we have a conversation without discussing the Smithsonian Institute? Right? When it comes to history, I believe that the Smithsonian Institute has got hundreds of millions of artifacts. I've heard people saying it might be as much as 1 billion. But regardless, we know there are hundreds of millions of artifacts within the Smithsonian. And here's an interesting point. I don't know if you guys know this, but was it recently, some years ago, there was a bill passed that in Indy, you might know about this. Cosmic, you might know about this. There was a bill passed that forced what do you call those places where you keep old stuff? Where people come to look, not a library, my brain. Museums.
Oh.
Wasn't there a bill passed to force museums to give back all indigenous people stuff related to burials? Do you guys know about this?
I don't think I know about now.
Yeah, it's called the NARPA Act, the Native American Repatriation Act. They're gonna return all of the bones of the giants and the bones of anything having to do with Native American fossils or basically anything that existed before Columbus came here has to be given back to the Native Americans so that they can hide it away somewhere where nobody else is allowed to go.
Now, here's an interesting point.
Most of it's been burned and destroyed and lost.
Does that not exclude Smithsonian Institute?
Like the Smithsonian Institute claimed to have a lot of things, and then when a lot of people went to get it back, they said they never had it. So I don't know how much they're really actually going to even give back to the Native Americans, but they're basically using that as an excuse for the fact that why they don't have it. I think that has more to do with it. The fact that they're giving more excuses why they don't have it anymore. But they probably really do. You know, they just don't want people to have access to it. But they may have destroyed it. I know that the conquistadors were sent here to destroy any refuges of the giants. They came to wipe them out and destroy any of their fossil evidence of them.
So listen, can I add some information here?
Yeah.
This might be very interesting for the rest of you. This is how we can uncover conspiracy theories. So yes, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA, 1990, requires federal agencies and museums receiving federal funds to repatriate Native American cultural items, but it includes an exception for the Smithsonian Institute. The Smithsonian Institute operates under a separate law, the Museum Act, and is subject to its own specific provisions for repatriation rather than standard NAGPRA process. So it says it still has a legal and ethical, I like that they put ethical obligation to return items, but it gets to decide its own terms of what gets returned, how and when. Where all the other organizations don't have a say, they just simply have to give back. The Smithsonian Institute has a special clause protecting it. Don't you find that interesting?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, what's up with that? Well, where did all the giant bones go? Right. And so this like, I think this is like a really interesting discussion for us to be having, because like I think it's finger to the pulse.
Yeah, I can't believe that the Smithsonian is an exception to that. That's so sad, because the people have gone to find the things that the Smithsonian has, and they've always come up empty-handed. So sad that they're hiding things away. But I know that there's a secret intelligence agency from the Vatican that works closely with the United States, and I feel like they have a lot to do with the Smithsonian. I'm not sure that there's a direct connection there, but it's definitely somewhere up high.
And isn't it interesting, right, that the Smithsonian Institute has got most, if not most, almost all of the burial goods. In other words, the organizations that are being tasked to legitimately give back everything probably own 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or not even 10%. A lot of the stuff's actually been taken by the Smithsonian Institute. And like, have you guys heard of the Lovelock Caves?
Yeah.
So the Lovelock Caves is an interesting story, right? The Lovelock Caves, for those of you that don't know, was an ancient indigenous story of the local indigenous Indians that touted that there were red-haired giants that used to prey on all of the humans. And they were giants with red hair. And that what happened was there were wars happening between the local Indian tribes, and these red-haired giants were going onto the battlefields and they were eating the slain. And it became such an offense because of burial, because of religion, right? Because like you can't eat our deceased. We need to go and fetch the bodies for the families, right? That the Indian tribes amassed a massive army, and they drove these red-haired giants back into these caves. And the legend has it, according to the Native American stories from their tribal elders, that they then blocked them into the caves and they exterminated them using fire, right? Fire and smoke. That's the Native American part of their cultural history as it's spoken by the elders. Now, here's where it gets interesting. There were some historians that went in to that Native American cave, and they found gigantic slippers. They found gigantic clothes, and they found giant coffins. I think like in the order of 9 9-10 feet bigger, massive coffins. And they found red hair, right? They found red hair there. And there weren't any remains in the coffins, which means that I'm guessing if we read those old newspapers, those remains were taken by the Smithsonian Institute previously. However, what did happen was the Smithsonian Institute was contacted, because they're the ones who govern this, and they came and they removed the coffins and the hair and the giant sandals and the giant clothes, right? At a later stage, an archaeologist approached them and said, listen, we want to get access to that. The Smithsonian Institute officially responded by, yes, we recall you finding this. We recall this being handed to us, because it was very recent in history. They couldn't lie about that. They've lied about a lot, but they couldn't lie about that because there were records in modern times. Then they said that we'd lost it. We can't find it. Some time passed, and another researcher approached them, and this person wrote a book about it. What was that guy's name? And put a lot of pressure on the media, on the Smithsonian Institute, at which point they recognized and acknowledged, yes, indeed, we do have this giant coffin. We do have these giant slippers and these giant clothes. However, it's in a storeroom where there's asbestos danger. So we cannot go in to the storeroom. And I believe that was like within the last 20 years, 20, 30 years. And since then, no one has been given access to the giant coffin and the giant shoes and the giant clothes that are on record. Now, the Smithsonian Institute has been accused of lying. There we caught them on a lie. First, they couldn't find it. Then when the public pressure got mounted, they suddenly found it, but they had a different reason now for why you can't go there, which in itself is suspicious, right? But there have been many other reports of giant bones that have been received by the Smithsonian, and archaeologists coming retrospectively and being told they couldn't find it. And in the modern times, they've just literally burnt the receipts and claimed outright they never got it. Or what are your guys' thoughts about all of this?
I feel like it's the people that are trying to change our history that are responsible for hiding away this stuff. And it seems like things like the Vatican does out in Europe, that's the things that are being done by the Smithsonian here in the United States. They may be connected, but what are they trying to do? They may be trying to hide a lost ancestral trauma. We're in conflict with those giants. Or maybe they're trying to hide the fact that there was a ancient race that was more powerful than us, and they want to be like, take their place. They want to be the most powerful ones there ever was.
Yeah, I think maybe these giants could have been possibly Atlantean, or they clearly built a lot of these old world buildings. I mean, I think there may be a crossover between Tartaria and Atlantis. There seems to have been a different epoch, like not too long ago, and all of these buildings still exist. You see the huge doorways and huge pillars and things, and I think that if they're built by giants, these giants weren't necessarily like cannibals, like we're made to believe. Maybe they were, but I think that they definitely had a higher consciousness than us. They were more connected to the ether, to the earth, to Gaia, to Mother Earth, and that's why they were able to build these beautiful buildings and possibly get energy from the ether using spinning Mercury. And they were wiped out because they were too powerful. Maybe they were making too much noise, being too conscious. Because I think that's what Enlil said, that humanity was making too much noise. So we were wiped out by a flood. But perhaps it was the giants who were making too much noise from their consciousness, that they had to be wiped out and we had to be dumbed down potentially. But also there's the tale of Jacob and Esau as well, and Esau was a red-headed giant, and Jacob was the one that founded Israel, I think. But Esau, this red-headed giant, was the one who killed Nimrod as well. So the limited understanding that I have of the red-headed giants is that they seem to be more of the good guys, the good ones, but like dragons, they've been demonized, and we've been made to think that giants were evil. I really don't think they were.
Yeah, interestingly, like there was a society of them, and I feel like they kind of split up to help guide mankind. But then later on, I feel like they had been kind of extinguished, and their society had been kind of banned from being able to be exposed to humanity. And they have like people that are vestiges of them that have been mixed into our genome that have kind of lingered on in our history, where they may not have been as tall as the original giants. Maybe there was ones that were taller, because they say that the Anakim were bigger than the Raphaim. Like Goliath was said to be like anywhere from 9 to 13 feet tall. They're kind of bordering more towards 9 feet now, but they say the Anakim were even bigger back before them. So there's like things like Saint Christopher was a giant-headed, dog-faced man, and so there's like legends of giants, but they always seem to be solitary in our history of time. But I think in time before like 5000 BC, there was like a lost history of these giants. Plus, there's probably also a lost history since that time that's been covered up and lost. But we've recovered a lot of that lost history from the Americas, particularly in California, in like the Isles of the Catalina Isles. And then there's also like in Nevada in Lovelock Caves. We got the mound builders that go up from Florida up through Ohio into Michigan and then towards New England. And then there's the giants that were in the Caribbean, in Central America, and in South America. And all of the testimonies of the conquistadors that came there and had witness testimonies of the giants there, we found their logs and their diaries and their journals, and those have been put into books. I think a lot of Dutch explorers and German explorers have published these books during like the 60s and 70s. So they're really not known well to the public, but some researchers have brought them to the forefront and put them into like podcasts and talk lectures and stuff that are available online now. But it's pretty amazing. They talked about the conquistador time when they were exposed to the giants. During that time, which was a later time for the giants, they were cannibalistic. And in South America, when they went down there, they were almost their whole entire ship was almost tricked into being turned into lunch by the giants. They were lured in by two females that were of a somewhat normal stature, and they started to supposedly cook a meal, but when all of the males came in, being like, they said that their head came up to their hips, the size of the Spanish conquistador standing up. Their heads came up to the hips of these giants when they were standing up. So they're quite large, and they said they all came in with these massive weapons and sat down at the tables, and they got the impression that they were going to be mashed up and put into the pots. So they ended up escaping, and they were able to make it out of there barely with their muskets and whatever, and they got onto their boats to get out to their ships, and they continued to swim after them. But it was only after they started to shoot at them with cannons that they were able to have them turn back, and they were able to make it out of there at a harrowing journey back to Europe after that.
That's really interesting.
Vespucci.
Carry on, please.
Those were the stories of Vespucci. in South America. But there's a lot of burial grounds of the elongated skull giants with double dentation, 2 rows of teeth, and polydactyly with extra fingers and toes. They said that they had a different arrangement where their neck and their skull meet because the weight of their head was differently arranged. And they said that their bones were much more bulbous and way bigger than ours to scale. They said that their jaw could fit right over our jaw when they looked at the skulls. And that's kind of the proportion of size that they were to us. But they are also buried alongside with dwarfs sometimes, and they would actually paint their faces, according to legend, and also the skulls red with ochre. And they're known for using the color red to mark their as their color to paint their faces, their skulls. They had like a certain language, and their language was like petroglyphs, which kind of to me kind of ties back like to potentially Lemuria or Hyperborea, like pre-Atlantean kind of language. So like maybe they were a much older race.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, there's. Oh, please carry on. I'm gonna open and I'm gonna mention another one.
I just want to quickly say, because I'm going to head off now because I'm pretty tired. But it's been a great conversation. That the Great Wall of China is on the border of Tartaria, I believe, and is apparently facing the wrong way. And I think there's something there with perhaps maybe trying to keep something out, perhaps giants. But yeah, I'd love to stay and listen to this conversation, but I'm going to listen back to it at work on Monday, I reckon. So I'm sure you guys are going to come up with some good stuff. Great to see you, Indy, Franklin.
Thank you, brother.
Take
big
care.
love, big blessings.
See you later,
Travel
guys.
safe. Enjoy your night. Sleep well. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Yeah, brother. There's another one that's on my mind. It's the mystery of the Akambaro statues. Now, this was another one. The same organization came and took all the bones and stuff away, right? So here's where it gets interesting. If you look at the official account, there's something missing, right? So there was this Waldemar Julsut who found the figurines in 1944 near the town of Acambaro in Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the same organization, the Smithsonian Institute, came and removed it all. But there were other archaeologists that had looked at it. And originally, they had it dated. Now, this has all been hidden from us. This is a massive obfuscation, and it's become a huge controversy. So what happened was it was discovered, and many of the top archaeologists of the time, which AI has removed from the record for us, right? It's another problem with AI. Researched this, and do you know what else they did, Indy?
What's that?
They took this and they took them to various different laboratories and had the stuff dated.
Uh-huh.
There were carbon datings done. I don't know what other kind of dating checks there were. Then, at a later stage, so the stuff was discovered in 1944. Between 1944 and 1953, it had been evaluated by many archaeologists, numerous of archaeologists, and legit archaeologists. They had taken it to, at the time, legit laboratories. Then the Smithsonian Institute got involved, and they sent one of their people, right, by the name of Di Piso. Now, Di Piso only got involved in 1952, 1953, right? This is almost 10 years after the discovery, at which point he declared it all a gigantic hoax, even though it had been dated. Now, it doesn't end there. systematically over the decades that followed, they actually demonized the labs that had done the dating originally for the original archaeologists. Isn't that interesting?
Wow.
And actually managed to destroy the reputation of those labs retrospectively. But prior to that, those labs had a good reputation,
Man.
right? They were legit labs. But because this, I think this gives us an idea of how much money is behind the Smithsonian Institute, right? And just how much obfuscation of history we're observing here. Namaste, Turjoka. How are you doing? Sending you big love. So I think like, and I believe there was something like 30,000 little figurines there. And do you want to know something interesting about the figurines?
Yeah.
They showed Chinese people. They showed African heritage type looking people. They showed Caucasian white type people looking people. They showed people riding beasts that looked like dinosaurs. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And they had all of these figurines of all of these things. And we're not talking about one or two. We're talking about more than 30,000 figurines. Now, how did this guy manage to get away with declaring 30,000 figurines a hoax? Do you have any idea of how long it takes to make 30,000 handmade figurines?
Quite long. Takes some time. For a lot of people.
How is it a hoax?
Yeah. No, I ain't a hoax. Let's be it.
Isn't it funny the way they've
Timeline.
obfuscated?
It doesn't
Yeah?
fit their timeline that they were trying to hold up before Göbekli Tepe. But like, why do they allow Göbekli Tepe to change that? It doesn't.
Do you want to
seem-
know something?
Yeah.
Yeah, carry on.
It seems like they're trying to have us take a look there because they had found something that was less developed from that time, whereas they have found things like an underground facility in Iraq that ties down to Romania in Buseji Mountains, where they found a similar facility, underground tunnels and chambers with supposedly high breakaway technology in there. They had places where you could sit, where people were experiencing like holograms or some kind of visions of images on tablets on the tables, supposedly. And they said there was a hard time to even get into these chambers. They said that they were protected by some kind of an energy field, and that the people, in order to even enter these chambers, they had to undergo like a spiritual purification in order to even get through the energy field. So there's been a lot of exposure about this finding, but they've really covered it up, and they said that it's like the findings of the tomb of Gilgamesh, which the military was documented as having gone in there and stolen everything, and it never made the light of day. So like we see that happening too much, and there's stuff that we know that it's happening now. They're finding it now. And we know that they were really hiding away too much of this stuff. We already can gather a lot from if we just look at the things that we know that were taken recently. And you can only imagine like the other stuff that has been taken before this time.
Your doggy is after a kitty, dude. There's a kitty that crossed the road, a black cat.
That's
Your doggy's like, he's eyeballing this. He's like, come on, let me off the lead. Let me have it.
what the deal is. She likes to go really close to her, but she's like kind of scared. But the cat's always running away from her. So like, I guess I feel like she thinks that's her mama or something, because they're like the same color. They look black, but they have like a red brown color if they turn in the right light. They look a lot alike. I think she really admires that cat, and she's curious about her. That cat's like curious too, but she won't let anyone get close. So I think basically these dogs just want to follow my cats around and become a cat. I think they really admire the cats. They see how fast they are, and they keep their distance. They know that they can't stand a chance. But this one's got a little fire in her, so she's trying to fight back a little bit with this one. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, those sweethearts.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned Bekli Tepe, and I think there's like a lot there. And I'm gonna add something to this. So they talk about how the Sumerian language was formed by whatever 4000 BC, right? But the oldest, and so they try and date the Sumerian culture by that. But we've actually got historical evidence of the Sumerian culture being up and running by 9000 BC. That's 11,000 years ago. And here's the interesting point. These are tokens, and they are trade tokens, right? Trade tokens that were found, and they found all the way from Afghanistan, Pakistan, all the way to Bekli Tepe and other parts of Turkey. And these trade tokens seem to be a universal form of currency that was being traded by that whole region. Isn't that quite mind-blowing?
Why they've restricted it to another time, but I feel like the stories of Eridu are kind of like not something we're supposed to know about. Like the things that Inanna was given by Enki that he tried to take back, her ability to control the people and the weather and nature and all these things, she kind of seemed to like abuse or be ungrateful of. And so he tried to take them back, but she outwitted him. So it was like an early story of mutiny. And so I feel like they kind of wanted to take that time period out because it was a time where a man had handed the power down to a woman. And it was probably during a matriarchal time because Enki, his role has kind of been demonized now that we're kind of in a time ruled by the Enlil archetype of dominance and obedience, because Enki kind of represents liberation, but is also associated with like sacred union and shared power. So there's like kind of a shift of paradigm that we're probably we're seeing that's being covered up by ending the timeline where there was that shift that happened, where Marduk came into the picture and turned everything on its head and changed all the names of things to his own and stuff. We see these like crazy warmonger egomaniacs come in and change the stories of things and change the death rights and stuff so that they can get paid and things like this. Like this is something that was evident in the Bible with Nebuchadnezzar, who had people come in and had an idol of himself for people to worship. But they showed in the Bible that, I'm not sure if this was in Daniel, that when he threw some of the devout Judaic rabbis or pious followers, I'm not sure if they were rabbis, into the fire of his furnace, where he said he would throw them into if they didn't bow to the statue. They weren't burnt in there, and those two individuals came out with a third individual who was an angel that protected them and saved them and took them out of the fire, and kind of showed that idol worship was not favored by their God and that their God is more powerful than other gods. And so that's good. And so that was like an example there where we see people worshiping other idols, but it's also shown in the Bible that people of Canaan also worship Moloch, Dagon, Baal, Jezebel, Asherah, El Shaddai, an entire pantheon of different gods. But over time, they eventually chose to worship Yahweh or Jehovah as the chosen God of the pantheon, which is a henotheistic religious movement instead of monotheistic. Henotheistic in the sense that there's an acknowledgement of a pantheon of other gods, but they've chosen not to worship them.
Yeah, because Yahweh was pretty jealous.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't worship others because I will come and get you once you worship me. And I think it comes down to those tokens being deposited in temples.
Yeah,
Am I right?
absolutely.
Likely.
That ties things way back and brings in a commerce that ties together different cultures, and the myths travel with the commerce that gets traded. When you buy things from people, you share stories. So it probably had a strong influence on each other. And you see how the story of the flood changed from Utnapishtim to Ziasudra to Noah as time's gone by through different societies as they've passed that story down. And it's changed. Originally, Utnapishtim's story, it was the crow that saved humanity. They said the crow did not return, which meant that there was land. Because, like, what kind of dove is going to bring some olive branch in its mouth and fly? What for? Eat some fruit and come back with the seed in your belly. You know what I mean?
Well, crows have been known to fly with things in their mouths.
That's true, but the original story was more of a sensible, like, realistic thing that happened.
No, but I mean, crows, okay. Like, who uses tools?
They're not going to die.
Right? So, like,
Yeah.
it's like this, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they were breeding grubs.
Right.
Just think of the geniusness behind this. They were breeding grubs, and they had these grubs in holes. So the crow, in order to get their food, needed a tool, a crowbar, right?
Right.
Because we know that the crows will pick up a stick and they will trim the stick to make it a tool so they can get food. Isn't that an interesting concept?
Yeah.
What reason would a dove have to fly around with a piece of wood in its mouth?
I don't think they do that. I've never seen them carry things. I mean, if
But
there's
crows do. You actually see them flying with things in their mouths because they're like, oh, I need this tool. Let me take it over there. I can get. They're very intelligent.
Yeah, crows would do that. But I mean, any bird would like try to build a nest potentially. But like, like an olive branch, I mean, I think maybe they were embellishing on that. Maybe there was some olive branches. Who knows? I really feel like they shifted it away from the crow, away from the focus of the underworld associated animals and gods and goddesses, to the shift on the hope. Right? Hope and belief, which is like you're in the face of danger, so you need to hope that things are going to get better. So that's unspoken. And you believe in something because you have no understanding of it. So that's unspoken. So basically, you have no understanding of anything, and you're in the face of danger. But we've made it look good by focusing on the hope and belief of those things. Whereas the previous paradigm was about understanding, self-understanding, and wisdom and liberation, and the sacred union of the self with the surrounding world, with others, and with the partner, and all these different things. So it was a very different shift in the circles of which the ideas roundabout. We have like a place where people need to be more interconnected, usually during times like after a disaster. And then we have times where people need to become more obedient and simplified and dumbed down, where after maybe people have multiplied profoundly after a celebrated time, and too much of a degree where they have not been able to be watched after and guided enough. So there's a flipping in like the power role, where who is shown to be the good one and who is shown to be the bad one. And they kind of play this game, like, which kind of refers me back to that mention of, we were talking about dialectic earlier. Hold on one second. And I wanted to mention Hegel's dialectic. And in Hegel's dialectic, they try to integrate two opposing arguments, and they try to come to a new higher level of synthesis. So they take a thesis and the antithesis, and they'll have them, instead of trying to argue which one is correct, they'll try to understand how they can compromise to understand one another and come to a greater understanding. Interestingly, they called the process and the principle of this called Aufbung. An Aufbung it represents canceling and preserving at the same time. So I feel like this is kind of what's happened through the transmission of stories like the game of telephone through time. Similarly, as a kind of analogy of this, where things have been preserved, but they've also been canceled because they've taken away the character's name. They've taken away the main point of the story. They've shifted the character that was the good guy and the bad guy. They've kind of canceled it out, but they've maintained it. And so I think this is how they've obfuscated things through the shifting of our history, which is really his story of things. Whereas her story, or the mystery, the miss story, is there. It's just lied underneath things, and it's been carried with us because the story of our lost ancient past is not dead and gone. It's just sleeping right now, and it's reawakening. But it's very powerful. It was a time of our probably most celebrated times, and we've been in a place since after the flood of multiple different cataclysms that have destroyed multiple different previous high-level societies, where we're kind of lost a bit and unguided. So I feel like we all know that there are powers watching over us, higher powers of benevolence that are watching over us to help guide us out of this. And we all know that the light is stronger than the dark. So if we, can understand certain principles of our responsibility here, that those who are of good intention have a responsibility to take action against those of evil agendas. Because if left undiscouraged, evil can thrive, and so has in human civilization and the elite governments of our societies right now today. But the collective is much more powerful, and if we start to recognize that we need to protect ourselves from being pushed in a direction that no longer serves us, it's our responsibility to take that power back and to help guide humanity back to a place where we're at a greater balance with one another and with the world around us. So we'll see how that plays out. We've had this supposed democratic movement of, people that have been chosen from a very limited range of individuals. And we do seem to have some power to choose our representatives. But just like choosing your lawyer in court, do they really represent your interests, or do they represent how they're going to mediate you with the state's interests and see how you pan out? You know what I mean? Sometimes you can end up on the good side of those things. It's hard to find sometimes a way out of the red tape and the tyranny, but it is possible.
I think we've come full circle back to an important part of this conversation, which I will just end off with my perspective of, I think, full circle, watch out for the damn AI. and whatever you do, do not fund that organization that is punting out AI music like it's an AI music factory. Stand with Massive Attack. Find out where Massive Attack is going, because they were pretty damn good. Let's not joke about Massive Attack. They were decent, right?
They were.
Yeah. So respect to them for saying we will not have our music on Spotify and other bands like them, and respect and promote those bands where they go, so that other artists will think, hey, we don't need Spotify, because how dare Spotify take everybody's money and invest it into AI weapons? The people are paying them to listen to music, not to fund weapons. So, these are little things that we can do. We vote with our money. So let's start voting.
I got my music's on Mixcloud.
Nice. I'm always for getting music and downloading it the old-fashioned way and putting it on your hard drive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I
to me,
was on there. Some DJ
that
set.
actually is the best way to do it.
Yep.
Because then no one can actually, you see, here's the thing, right? AI can go into music and it can change the music. Imagine this as a concept. Slowly, it can change one word here, one word there, and you might not notice it changing the music. It can change the lyrics and mess with your brain to the point that you're like, I don't trust myself anymore because I can't even remember the lyrics of that song. I thought it was that, but it's actually this. Can you imagine how, you know, like the amount of mental psyop danger we can put ourselves into by having AI having too much access to our consciousness, especially something like music, which is such a powerful tool to shape people's consciousness?
Yeah, they put so much money and funding and research into that I could see where they would make it even seem to say the same words, but subconsciously we might interpret it as different words, where they could make it a fusion of words and make it be like, because sometimes when you hear a song, you think you could hear like two different things, you could sound two different ways, and you got it wrong first until somebody corrected you. Things like that. It's easy to fool with words where you might not breach their liability contracts, but they'd be pretty close to it, and they're gonna have like other ideas coming into your minds. You know that they already do that stuff to a large degree that we're not aware of.
Yeah. So with that being said, we've been 4 hours and 17 minutes. Are there any last bits you want to throw on the table before we say goodbye to the lovely crew?
I think it's been a great show. See if I had anything I didn't get to here. I like that you mentioned Shamash Utu earlier. Oh, I'd like to just quickly touch on the lost ancient languages and places of the societies that were antediluvian. We have Vatanian from Agartha, which descended from Shambhala behind the Himalayas. We have uh, Atlantis, the land of Atlas, the son of Poseidon, whom of the 10 brothers was passed on to him, of which the remnant remains in Posid in Brazil, below Monte Grotto, which descends down to the people of the Berbers and the Basque people that carry the remnants of linear A and B. And so then we have Lemuria that has been reduced down to Telos below Mount Shasta after their great disaster, where they now reside. And the Lemurian language is described.
Are you with us? Hello? Well, his mic's still active. No, his mic's not active. And I'm guessing that it's not me. I take it you guys are all with me. Well, just to continue that, I think like there's a lot there. Indy's back. There we go. Where's Indy?
Sorry about that. I got set down there for a minute.
Okay, brother. You're back with us.
Yeah. My computer had died there. My apologies. So I was just mentioning that there is the Society of Telos under Mount Shasta, where Lowell Johnson recently had been invited down there to see the society. And it's written about in the book of Telos there. But they were a very primitive society that has become very highly advanced. They work with power crystals and very simple but profound technologies there. And then it goes back to Hyperborea, where the runic language come from. of Elderfoot Harkin before. So, and there's other societies as well. There's a whole maps of the different entrances into the chthonic inner earth subterranean world of the different ancient antediluvian societies where they now reside. They've shifted the focus of Antarctica with Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd to the North Pole, which would kind of take us away from probably the Atlantean vestiges of civilization below Antarctica up to the Hyperborean vestiges of civilization in the North Pole. They're trying to shift us away from being able to wonder about things in the South Pole. And they've creatively come up with this ice wall thing to keep us distracted for the meantime. But, you know, it's a possibility.
Yeah, I've looked at the distances from Australian coast, the temperature changes, it doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. Doesn't make sense. When you sit on with a big map and you look like what's the temperature there, what's the distance from there. So from there to there, the change in temperature is like what, 1,000 miles. Does the temperature drop by like 25 degrees or 30 degrees over 1,000 miles?
No, that's crazy. I know it's like there's only
But
500 miles.
that's what we're supposed to believe.
In the point of Antarctica. It's a drastic temperature change.
Yeah.
Something strange going on there. But the thing is, the people that have gone there, that have found temples, and there was a photo crew that was going down there in 2012 that never made it out. They said that the temples there had floating ceilings. It didn't seem to be held up by any pillars. And that it was 72 degrees at all times under the ice sheets there. So there's some kind of weather manipulation potentially happening there with the ancient structures. And that might be something that could have happened during a time when there was a great heat phase and they had to create like a very cold, refrigeration to protect them from heat.
Could the actual ice be the weather manipulation?
They could be using that to protect their ruins.
But could they be finding a way to take temperature out of the world to turn it into energy so that it becomes cold? I'm just trying to think backwards.
Yeah, I could see that.
So that we don't go there.
I've been really thinking about recently is how they make these giant tunnels. Like in Russia, they made this huge tunnel that was like 27 kilometers or something, and they hear all these weird noises. And if you listen to these noises, it sounds like thousands of people clamoring and stuff, and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So I don't know what's going on with that. Some of that footage, if you get a chance to check it out, it's very interesting.
Well, let's wrap it up there. I wanted to mention that the bell, the moon rings like a bell. I don't know if you guys remember the news came out with it. What was it, like 20 years ago? I remember I was in the UK. It was all across the news. Many of you must remember it. It was headline news. News is ringing like a bell.
The Earth too. When they checked the seismic activity of the Earth, they found that it travels across like a bell.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So I think they try to hush that up. We've all heard it come out and then kind of not be around anymore afterwards.
Well, I find that beyond fascinating because on one hand, they want us to believe that space is a vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that the Earth is surrounded by the vacuum of space, right?
Yeah.
And that between the moon and the Earth, there's a vacuum of space, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that sound can't travel through a vacuum, correct?
Right. That's what they say.
But we could hear the moon vibrating. So what does that say about either? Here's where it gets interesting. Either it wasn't the moon that we were hearing and they were lying about it, or space isn't a vacuum. Take your pick. Or sound can travel through a vacuum, which doesn't make any sense according to the physics, right? So take your pick. Which PS do you prefer?
There's a strong connection with Telos on the Mount Shasta with the Greek language apparently, and it seems to me like Greek has been kind of kept so foreign to a lot of other languages, but it may have been one of the chosen languages amongst Hebrew and Greek and things like linear A and B. There's a lot more depth to each particular symbol and its representations.
I think the ancient Greek language is closer to the ancient land of Chem's true ancient Egyptian language than what they've given us.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Because that's what the ancient Greeks believe. They believe they got their language from ancient Egypt. Well, if so, why is it so different in modern times? I think they've obfuscated the Egyptian language and they've given us other versions of more modern versions of other languages of that era and area, but not the true version, because the pyramid builders apparently were speaking a language that the Greeks had inherited. So there must be continuity. And I think like this means that if we go back in history, that Greek language is going to be more universal and it's going to be closer to Phoenician than what we know. Well, it is pretty close to Phoenician. Just like the Greek and the Hebrew and the Paleo-Hebrew language are actually closer to each other than what we would recognize, which in itself is quite interesting. But yeah, that's an endless exciting spiral. We are now almost 4.5 hours. Shall we call it a wrap?
Sounds good.
Brother, as always, it's been an honor. Lovely. And thank you to Shinobi, and thank you to Cosmic, and thank you to Zerilat. And thank you to all of you. You guys, as always, have had an exciting conversations running alongside the conversations. Vincent, Joker, Hollowbone Hawk, the Star, Howard. I hope Howard's off and enjoying himself. Gonna have a great family weekend. And Gaz, he's probably left earlier. And everybody else that's been part of this wonderful conversation. Toby 2.0 and everybody else. Big love and big blessings to all of you. Hope you guys have an absolutely fabulous weekend and an even more fabulous work. And sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. And thank you.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, brother. Big love to you as well. Take it easy.
Everybody in the chat, everybody watching, all the guests.
Om Shanti.